Chapter 636. 5 arrows had been released simultaneously. The 5 arrows were linked together in a chain, and they were shooting towards Yang Yi from different directions instead. However, they suddenly turned upon arriving 300 m away from Yang Yi, and then they converged together to form a long arrow that was a few meters long. The long arrow spiraled towards Yang Yi, and the space in its path seemed like glass that was instantly shattered into powder. He Lianqi's countenance had instantly turned ghastly pale once he executed this attack, and he took a knee in midair. Yun Qingyao clenched her fists when she witnessed this scene, and excitement covered her face. He Lianqi had executed this technique when he challenged the 5th-ranked expert on the Hallowed rankings. Unfortunately, He Lianqi lost. Since that battle, Shed never seen He Lianqi execute this technique again because no one was worthy of it besides those top 5 geniuses on the Hallowed rankings. Now, had executed it again. However, its target was just a 1st-rank Exalt Realm Sword cultivator in Profounder Continent. Could Yang Yi resist that attack? Yun Qingyao felt that he couldn't, even if he possessed the sword domain. Of course, it would be a completely different story if Yang Yi had truly grasped the secrets of the sword domain. At this moment, the yellow-robed young man and all the profounders of the exalted Han Empire were stunned. As far as they were concerned, it wasn't something that an Exalt Realm expert could execute at all, and even some Monarch Realm experts weren't this terrifying. The Hallowed Grounds. At this moment, all of them felt even more reverent and respectful to the Hallowed Grounds. Yang Yi took a step forward as he deactivated the sword domain. The intense sword in his hand entered the ancient sheath before he drew it swiftly. Yang Yi instantly repeated this action 3 times, and 3 heaven rings overlapped together, causing the sword energy that came from the ancient sheath to be practically on par with He Lianqi's attack. Everyone watched as Yang Yi's sword chi collided with the long arrow. Bang! In just an instant, the space around the point of collision collapsed and shattered into powder. Clang! A clear and melodious clang resounded. Yun Qinjiao's pupils constricted because the 1 starrow in the chain had been broken, but Yang Yi had lost a strand of sword chi as well. Clang! Another clear and melodious clang resounded as another arrow was blasted apart. However, Yang Yi lost another strand of sword chi as well. Bang! When Yang Yi's 3-rod strand of sword chi smashed against the 3-rod arrow, both of them trembled violently before a wave of energy erupted from the point of collision, and then a moment of silence ensued before both of them exploded apart. They transformed into specks of light that rained down in the surroundings. Since there were no more sword chi to obstruct it, He Lianqi's last 2 and strongest arrows instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. He Lianqi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene, and a slight smile appeared in his eyes, because the outcome had been decided. The last 2 arrows were the strongest amongst the arrows Head shot. Once these arrows came close to Yang Yi, it didn't matter even if Yang Yi destroyed them, because the energy which would erupt from those arrows would be sufficient to kill Yang Yi. Yun Qingyao heaved a sigh of relief, and her tightly clenched hands relaxed. At the same time, the dazzling glow emanated from the sabers of those 360 skeletons had gradually dispersed. Even though Shed allowed them to fight a one-on-one battle, it didn't represent that she would stand by idly. She wouldn't hesitate to lend a hand if He Lianqi lost. However, it seemed like that was no need for that now. The yellow-robed young man suddenly revealed excitement on his face when he noticed the expressions of Yun Qingyao and He Lianqi. Because the exalted Han Empire would be able to rise once more if Yang Yi really died right now, and it was very likely for him to become the next emperor of the empire. As for Luo Jun, had been completely eliminated from the fight for the throne. Yang Yi sighed lightly when he saw all 3 of his sword chi were destroyed. Needless to say, He Lianqi was really strong, and he was the strongest Exalt Realm expert that Yang Yi had met besides a Nanjing. No. It should be said that if a Nanjing's strength still remained the same as it was when before they'd parted, then she would definitely be unable to defeat this fellow. However, Yang Yi firmly believed that a Nanjing would definitely remain on the spot without advancing, and he just didn't know exactly how strong she was right now. Yang Yi cleared the distracting thoughts in his mind, stretched out his hand, and condensed an intense sword in his grasp. He smiled as he said, needless to say, You would really be a huge problem for me in the past, but now, bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly swung his sword. Critical strike. As soon as he spoke, the blade of the intense sword slashed forcefully against the tip of He Lianqi's fourth arrow. At this moment, He Lianqi shook his head while Yun Qingyao laughed with ridicule. Because Yang Yi's 11th level sword intent enhanced by the critical strike technique was formidable indeed, and it was as strong as a Dao rank technique. However, utilizing such an attack at this moment was no different than courting death. After all, even if he could slash through the fourth arrow, what about the fifth? The fifth arrow was absolutely not something that Yang Yi's 11th level sword intent could slash through. He Lianqi was very confident in it, because he was clearly aware of the might possessed by 11th level sword intent. After all, Head witnessed its might in the hallowed grounds, and Head fought it in the past. So, he knew that the best 11th level sword intent could do was to destroy his fourth arrow, and that was only because Yang Yi's physical strength far surpassed ordinary profounders. Hiss! Suddenly, He Lianqi and Yun Qingyao were stunned, and then they watched with disbelief as Yang Yi's intense sword actually slashed He Lianqi's fourth arrow into two with ease. It was like a hot knife slicing through butter, and it was beyond easy. After that, Yang Yi's intense sword arrived before He Lianqi's final arrow, and it stopped for a moment. However, it wasn't long before it was easily split into two, just like the fourth arrow had been. How could this be possible? He Lianqi and Yun Qingyou's eyes were filled with disbelief because the might of 11th level sword intent was utterly incapable of being that terrifying, and it was absolutely not this terrifying even if it was enhanced by the critical strike technique. Watch out! Suddenly, Yun Qingyao shouted from atop the city wall while her hands moved slightly at the same time. The 360 skeletons on the ground below swiftly swung their blades, and an enormous beam of saber chi whistled through the air as it flashed towards Yang Yi. It turned out that Yang Yi was already in front of He Lianqi, and it caused He Lianqi's expression to change. He flicked his fingers successively, and 100 golden arrows instantly shot forward. However, Yang Yi just swung his sword casually, and all of them were dispersed and transformed into nothingness. He Lianqi seemed to have thought of something, and it caused his pupils to constrict while shock filled his eyes. No, it should be described as terror. But even then, his reaction wasn't slow at all, and he suddenly shouted, "Horizon Wa!" He hadn't even been able to finish speaking when an invisible force pressed down upon him like a mountain, and it caused his body to stop for an instant. It was precisely this instant that allowed a sword to stab through his chest. It's not at the 1st level. He Lianqi gazed at Yang Yi, while shock still filled his eyes. "You're right. Unfortunately, it's too late." Yang Yi's voice resounded by He Lianqi's ears, and then a ray of light shot through his body before he lost all signs of vitality. "No!" Suddenly, Yun Qingyao howled like a wild beast from atop the city wall. Chapter 637. An enormous beam of saber energy had arrived behind Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi turned around and swung his sword, and then it was blasted into nothingness. The mind of the yellow-robed young man on the city wall was on the verge of exploding, and it became completely blank. Yang Yi actually won. Yun Qingyao stared blankly at He Lianqi's corpse in the distance, and she just gazed at it for a short while before she closed her eyes. 2 clear streams of tears flowed down slowly. "You fool! Why did you follow me? Why? We said that we would fight the defiant profounders together. You fool! You've liked me since you were young, but you never dared to confess your feelings to me. Do you know that I like you as well? I would have definitely agreed if you confessed. Unfortunately, you never did. Even though it made me very angry, I still loved you. You asked me why I wanted to head to Profounder Continent to research formations. I'll tell you now. It was because I didn't want to be a burden to you during the fight with the defiant Profounders." A short while later, Yun Qingyao opened his eyes, and her eyes were crimson red and ferocious as she said, "Yang Yi, it was you who killed him. I'll bury you and everyone related to you with him." Yang Yi waved his hand casually and took He Lianqi's corpse. After that, he gazed at Yun Qingyao and said, "Then bring it on." Slash. Yun Qingyao practically roared as she gave the order. Slash. The 360 skeletons swung their sabers, and then 360 strands of saber chi shot through the sky. They were like 360 shooting stars that shot through the sky and descended in Yang Ye's direction. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth, and then he stabbed the intense sword into the ground. Bang! The circle of light on the ground trembled before it shattered into pieces, and then the 7 stars in the sky instantly vanished. Moreover, the 360 strands of saber chi vanished along with the stars. The formation was destroyed. Yang Yi flashed over to the skeletons, and then he waved his hand and placed them all within the primordial pagoda. Earlier, Head noticed that the skeletons didn't possess intelligence like Corpse Ancestor and the others. They had no consciousness at all, and were just simple puppets. Even though they couldn't reveal the same strength in his hands, they were still very strong. At the very least, they wouldn't be weaker to ordinary 9th rank Exalt Realm experts. Blood sacrifice. Meanwhile, Yun Qingyao's voice resounded once more. Ah! Suddenly, countless shrill cries resounded from immortal Qilin City, and it was extremely horrifying. The young man was stunned, and he turned around to look at the city. At this moment, the city was enveloped in a mist of blood, and he could still faintly discern that some profounders were being devoured within the mist and transformed into blood that converged into the mist of blood in the sky. What are you doing? At this moment, the young man couldn't be bothered about feeling fearful of her, and he immediately berated. Presently, the exalted Han Empire had lost the trust of most of its subjects, and it might become utterly infamous if another city were to be slaughtered. Could it be that you don't want Yang Yi to die? Yun Qingyao spoke calmly. Do you think that your exalted Han Empire will be able to exist in peace if Yang Yi is still alive? Even then, you can't. Yun Qingyao glanced coldly at him and said, I'm not asking for your opinion, understand? The young man's heart felt cold when he noticed her icy cold expression. At this moment, he finally recalled that she wasn't someone whom he could offend because both her strength and background far surpassed his own. Yun Qingyao's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and she said, Yang Yi, they'll make you pay the price. Yang Yi disregarded her and looked past her towards the mist of blood behind her. Countless shrill cries were still resounded from within it. Yang Yi merely glanced at it before he turned around and walked away. Everyone here was stunned. Even Yun Qingyao was slightly stunned. What's he trying to do? Yang Yi naturally intended to leave. He wasn't an idiot. Even though he didn't know what sort of tricks Yun Qingyao had up her sleeve, he was very clearly aware that she was definitely creating something terrifying. Moreover, it would definitely be even more terrifying than those skeletons from before. While he didn't fear it, it wasn't necessary for him to go head-on against it. In any case, his true objective was the capital of the exalted Han Empire and not immortal Qilin City. Since this path towards the capital was difficult, then he could just use another. Yang Yi, stop right there. Yun Qingyao suddenly shouted when she saw Yang Ye's figure going further and further away. Yang Ye's lips curled up. She really thinks too much of herself. Who does she think she is? Why would I listen to her? Yang Yi, are you a man? Her voice resounded once more. Yang Yi still paid no attention to her. He waved his right hand, and a sword appeared beneath his feet. He felt that it was completely pointless to argue with her. Yang Yi, you should just stay behind. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a ray of white light instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly swung the intense sword, and an explosion resounded. The white light dispersed, and a throwing knife fell to the ground. Yang Yi gazed towards the distance, and he saw that Imo Yixia had suddenly appeared there. However, Imo Yixi's arm had recovered. I was still too late. Imo Yixia glanced over, and then he shook his head and said, I never expected that even Qingyao and Lianqi's joint forces wouldn't be able to kill you. Yang Yi, you've really surprised me. I'm rather surprised that you came to give your life away as well, said Yang Yi. I really am no match for you. Imo Yixia said, but Qingyao can kill you. She has lost, said Yang Yi. Imo Yixia suddenly chuckled, and he didn't continue on the topic. He said instead, regardless of whether it's with Deng Feng, Yao Yi, or He Lianqi, All of them shouldn't have died here. Even if they did die, they should have died at the hands of the defiant profounders. So you're saying that I should have died instead? Yang Yi chuckled. Moesha said, our hallowed grounds dispatched its forces to profounder continent mainly with the intention of converging the elites of the continent to resist the defiant profounders. But my hallowed grounds shouldn't have dispatched those idiots. If they hadn't been too arrogant and conceited, then my hallowed grounds wouldn't have become mortal enemies with the southern territory. Yang Yi shook his head and grinned. I'm someone who doesn't like to look for trouble, but am not afraid of it. The exalted Han Empire wanted to kill me, so I intend to destroy it. Now, the hallowed grounds wants to kill me, so we'll destroy it. Of course, I know that my current strength is definitely insufficient, but you really don't have to worry. The day will come when I possess the strength to do so. Don't you think so too? You're really arrogant, Moesha said, or I should say that you're quite conceited. Trust me, you wouldn't speak like that if you've witnessed the true strength of my hallowed grounds. I was just a labor disciple in the past, but what about now? Yang Yi smiled and said, the matters of the world are constantly changing, right? Moesha took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi before he said, do you know that if my hallowed grounds isn't there to resist the defiant profounders once they emerge from the seal, then your profounder continent would be destroyed in an instant? Yang Yi smiled and said, I believe that the first thing they do upon emerging from the seal would definitely be to deal with your hallowed grounds. After all, your hallowed grounds imprisoned them for 100,000 years, so how would they vent their resentment that has been accumulating for 100,000 years if they don't slaughter the hallowed grounds? Don't you think him right? So, your hallowed grounds should be the one to be worried. Such malicious words. Moesha spoke solemnly. The defiant profounders are the enemies of the entire human race. What a joke. Yang Yi interrupted Moesha and said, up until now, your hallowed grounds has been my true enemy. As for the defiant profounders, they haven't even looked for trouble with me. But your hallowed grounds has been ceaselessly trying to kill me. So, my first target right now isn't the defiant profounders but the hallowed grounds. Moesha fell silent because he was really at a loss for words. Yang Yi suddenly said, do you know why I've been wasting my breath with you even though I know that you're buying time for that woman? Moyixi's eyelids twitched before he said, I'm very curious about that as well. How do I get to the hallowed grounds? Asked Yang Yi. The sword spirit used to know how to get to the hallowed grounds. But 100,000 years had passed, and it had truly been too long. It was so long that the sword spirit merely remembered a rough direction and had forgotten the exact way. Yang Yi had to travel to the hallowed grounds. Of course, he wouldn't head over openly because the Monarch Realm and Half-Saint Realm experts there wouldn't abide by the rules that experts at the Monarch Realm and above couldn't act against him. The corners of Moyixi's eyes twitched, and he said, don't tell me that you intend to attack the hallowed grounds. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I'm just asking. You wouldn't mind telling me about it, right? In any case, it's impossible for me to be a threat to the hallowed grounds, right? There's an island at the end of the Southern Ocean, and there's a teleportation formation there. You'll be able to arrive at the hallowed grounds by entering that teleportation formation. Of course, the precondition is that you're able to survive today. Moesha didn't conceal it and spoke truthfully. Just as Yang Yi had said, he didn't think Yang Yi could be a threat to the hallowed grounds unless Yang Yi attained the Half-Saint Realm. The end of the Southern Ocean? Yang Yi nodded and said, he'll remember that. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance to head there anymore. Meanwhile, Yun Kinjio's voice suddenly resounded from above the city wall. Yang Yi turned around and looked over. At this moment, an almost 3 kilometers long sword of blood had appeared in the sky above the city. The sword didn't have a hilt, and it only had a body and blade. It emanated a monstrous aura of blood and evil, and Yang Yi could sense it with absolute clarity even from so far away. Yang Yi, you're really too conceited. Moesha suddenly said, the reason Qingyao is ranked at the 7th position is because it takes a huge amount of time to set up her formations. But no one would give her such time during a battle. If she is able to meticulously set up her formations to deal with her enemies, then not to mention you, Even a ninth-rank monarch realm expert would perish before her. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. This is what both of you are relying on? As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of sword intent surged out from within him, and then Imo Ishia and Yun Kinjio's expressions instantly changed drastically. Chapter 638. The sword intent which surged out from him trembled slightly before it transformed into a man who looked exactly alike to Yang Yi, and it stood by Yang Yi's side. The Yang Yi formed from sword intent was exactly similar to Yang Yi in appearance, and only its expression was different. It had a clear and innocent gaze while Yang Yi's gaze was deep and icy cold. Yang Yi glared at the Yang Yi beside him, and the latter smiled before transforming into an intense sword that floated in front of Yang Yi. 12th level sword intent. How could this be possible? Mo Yixi's eyes were filled with disbelief because he was absolutely unable to imagine that Yang Yi's sword intent was actually not at the 11th level, but the 12th. Yun Kinjio's gaze was just like Mo Yixi's, and it was filled with disbelief. 9th level sword intent would undergo a qualitative transformation, and its might was a few times greater than 8th level sword intent. After sword intent attained the 10th level, its might would multiply a few times again. Of course, Earth Realm sword intent wasn't much of a threat to them, and only Heaven Realm sword intent was a true threat to them. After sword intent attained the Heaven Realm, it would undergo another qualitative transformation, and that was the ability to condense into form and become material. So, unless an external force completely transformed it into powder and obliterated it, otherwise, 11th level sword intent was eternal. On the other hand, 12th level sword intent, the might of 12th level sword intent, wasn't something that 11th level sword intent could compare to at all, because it wasn't merely sword intent anymore. Once 12th level sword intent was attained, it represented that the sword intent had gained intelligence, true intelligence. It represented intelligence that was sufficient to govern itself. As for its might, Mo Ishia had once witnessed the might of 12th level intent from one of the geniuses in the top 5 of the hallowed rankings. At that time, a monarch realm expert had died at the hands of that genius intent. That genius hadn't attacked at all, and it was only the intent which had taken physical form that had fought the battle. It was formidable because it was eternal while its owner was alive. Even if a half-saint acted against the intent, that half-saint could only seal it and couldn't destroy it unless its owner was killed. Yun Qingyao was stunned, and then she suddenly shook her head while speaking in a slightly crazy tone. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly possess 2-level Heaven Realm sword intent? How could this be possible? Attack.
Attack.
As soon as she spoke, the enormous sword above the city had suddenly shot towards Yang Yi. Go. Yang Yi flicked his finger, and the intense sword in his hand shot into the sky, and then it instantly started glowing. In next to no time, it collided with the enormous sword in the sky. Hiss! Mo Ishia and Yun Qingyao watched with horror as the intense sword tore through the tip of the enormous sword with ease, and then it pierced straight through it and shot towards Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao didn't dodge as she was still overwhelmed with shock. Right when it was about to arrive above the walls of immortal Qilin City, a barrier of light appeared and enveloped the entire city. Bang! The intense sword smashed against the barrier of light, causing it to tremble violently while numerous cracks appeared on it. Moreover, these cracks were spreading at an alarming speed. The yellow-robed young man and the others were horrified, and he immediately howled madly, "Attack!" All the crossbows in the hands of those profounders on the city walls released their arrows, and they rained down towards Yang Yi. Draconification! Yang Yi shouted, and then his entire body was instantly covered in dragon scales. At the same time, he stomped the ground with his right foot and shot up like a cannonball. He charged through the rain of arrows as he recalled the intense sword into his grasp. In the next moment, he swung it, and almost 100 strands of sword chi swept forward. All of them smashed against the barrier of light, and then a huge explosion resounded before the barrier of light exploded into pieces. Retreat. The yellow-robed young man was already over 1 kilometer away when he spoke these words. The exalted Han Empire had severely underestimated Yang Yi's strength because Yang Ye's sword intent wasn't at the 11th level at all. It was at the 12th level. Even ordinary Monarch Realm experts wouldn't be a match for Yang Yi and his 12th level sword intent. Moreover, coupled with the abnormal physical defenses that Yang Yi possessed, numbers were utterly meaningless before him. At this moment, Yang Yi was a true god of war. After the young man fled, all the other soldiers on the city walls were stunned for a moment before they fled swiftly as well. Yang Yi paid no attention to them because he had a single target, and it was Yun Qingyao. Yang Yi was just about to attack when a ray of white light suddenly arrived before him. Clang! Yang Yi waved his hand casually, and a throwing knife shattered apart in midair. At the same time, Mo Yixia appeared in front of Yun Qingyao, and he had two throwing knives in his hand. Mo Yixia glanced at Yang Yi, and then the throwing knives shot off from his grasp before he turned around to gaze at Yun Qingyao. He said, "Leave. His 12th level sword intent isn't something we can go against. Lianqi is dead, so what's the point of leaving?" Yun Qingyao shook her head. "Is there any point in dying with him?" As he spoke, two more throwing knives appeared in his grasp and shot forward. This time, Yang Yi was less than 300 m away from them. "Lianqi died because of me?" Yun Qingyao gazed at Yang Yi, who was only 150 m away from them, and spoke softly. "Someone will die right before you now if you don't leave." For more throwing knives appeared within Mo Yixi's hands, but they didn't shoot forward this time. Yun Qingyao glanced at Mo Yixia and said, "He won't be able to catch up to you with the horizon warp technique you possess." "But you won't leave," said Mo Yixia. Yun Qingyao gazed at Mo Yixia for a short while and said, "It isn't worth it." Mo Yixia grinned, and then he looked her seriously in the eye and said, "It doesn't matter if it's worth it or not. It's only a matter of willingness. Don't make my sacrifice meaningless, all right?" "Why?" asked Yun Qingyao as she gazed at him. Mo Yixia said, "There's no need for a reason. I feel that I'm willing to do this, so I'm doing it. Leave right now, or it'll be too late. I don't think I can hold him off for long. You know your limitations well." Right at this moment, Yang Yi appeared in front of them. At the same time, an invisible force instantly enveloped them. It was the combined suppression of his sword domain and sword intent. Mo Yixia had a bitter expression on his face as he said, "Looks like we have no choice but to die together." Yun Qingyao gazed at him in silence. Mo Yixia gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Can you give us a swift death?" Yang Yi said, "I'm very interested in your movement technique." Mo Yixia was slightly stunned, and then he revealed a delighted expression and said, "I'm willing to tell you everything." Meanwhile, Yun Qingyao remained absolutely silent. Chapter 639. Yang Yi vanished without a trace after the battle before Immortal Qilin City. As for the three geniuses of the hallowed grounds, one perished on the spot while the other two vanished. However, as far as everyone else was concerned, Mo Yixia and Yun Qingyao were probably dead. 12th level sword intent. Word of Yang Ye's 12th level sword intent swept through profounder continent, and then countless clans and sects left the territory of the exalted Han Empire and headed to the southern territory. The hallowed grounds was very formidable, but it was very far away while Yang Yi was right before them. Moreover, even if they were once Yang Ye's enemies, they had no choice but to admit that if Yang Yi had the chance to grow, then his accomplishments would absolutely not be inferior to the sword sect's founding ancestor. So long as he became an existence on par with the sword sect's founding ancestor, then while he might not be able to destroy the hallowed grounds, he would definitely be able to annihilate any power on the continent with ease. Most importantly, Yang Yi still hadn't suffered a defeat until now. Everyone had to choose sides during these chaotic times. A good choice would naturally equate to survival or even great success, but a bad choice would lead to eternal damnation. Actually, if it was possible, then many clans and sects would rather side with the hallowed grounds. But the problem was that the hallowed grounds didn't welcome them at all. After all, even if they wanted to head to the hallowed grounds, would the hallowed grounds allow it? The arrogance and haughtiness of the geniuses who'd come from the hallowed grounds was obvious. Every single one of them was beyond arrogant, and they made it seem like coming to profounder continent was like setting foot into a pigsty. Everyone had dignity of their own. So, since the hallowed grounds didn't welcome them, then had no choice but to side with the Southern Territory. Of course, Ding Xiaoyao wouldn't accept everyone. All those who came to side with the Southern Territory were tested and selected because she refused to allow those who might betray the Southern Territory to join them. As this continued, the forces of the Southern Territory grew greater and greater, while the exalted Han Empire grew weaker and weaker. 3 days later, Yang Yi finally showed himself. Yang Yi didn't head directly to the capital like everyone expected. Conversely, he traveled around the exalted Han Empire for half a day before heading to the Ascension sect. The entire Ascension sect seemed like it was facing an extraordinary enemy when Yang Yi arrived at their door. The Grand Formation was activated, and all its disciples and elders left their places of cultivation. It was such a grand scene that it seemed like a half-saint had arrived. Yang Yi, there's no enmity between my Ascension sect and you. The sect master of the Ascension sect gazed at Yang Yi, who stood in the air and spoke in a deep voice. There were a few hundred Exalt Realm experts, over 10,000 Spirit Realm experts, and countless King Realm experts standing around him. The Ascension sect could be said to have summoned all its elites. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "You allied yourselves with the exalted Han Empire, so you're an enemy of mine. The exalted Han Empire is already in such a state. Sword Emperor, can you not show mercy?" said the Ascension sect's master. "Weeds that aren't uprooted will always stand up once more." Yang Yi made a grasping motion and an intense sword appeared in his hand. He said, "Ascension sect, I only ask if you're willing to yield." "Yang Yi, don't go too far." The Ascension sect's master spoke coldly. Yang Yi nodded, and then suddenly swung his intense sword. A strand of sword chi shot forward and crashed against the Grand Formation. Bang! The members of the Ascension sect watched with horror as countless cracks appeared on the Grand Formation, which was capable of resisting the attacks of Monarch Realm experts. Yang Yi was just about to wave his sword once more when a white-haired old man appeared before him. Yang Yi's pupils constricted because the old man was a 9th-rank Monarch Realm expert. Supreme Elder. All the disciples of the Ascension sect instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw the old man. Every single one of them had witnessed how terrifying Yang Yi was, and they knew that if the Ascension sect didn't yield, then Yang Yi would definitely slaughter their entire sect. After all, how could anyone be a match for this demon if Monarch Realm experts couldn't act against him? Yang Yi didn't launch another attack. He just gazed at the old man while the old man gazed at him as well. After a moment of silence, the old man was the first to break the silence. "I didn't have the chance to witness the Unfettered One's greatness, but I presume he wasn't as shocking as you are at such an age. Even I would probably be unable to annihilate you if you attain the Monarch Realm. Senior possesses unfathomable strength. Am no match for you." Yang Yi wasn't being humble. It was really what he felt. The old man's strength was absolutely not inferior to Luo Tian, and perhaps only existences like the Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor could defeat the old man. "I dare not attack you." The old man shook his head and said, "Let's get back on topic. I presume you've witnessed how terrifying the hallowed grounds is. Since it's like that, then I'd like to know if you think that you can go against such a colossus." Yang Yi said, "All I know is that they want to kill me, so I intend to destroy them. As for whether I can go against them, haven't you seen the outcome already? Most of the members of the hallowed grounds who've come for me are dead, right?" "That isn't their true strength," said the old man. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Then do you think the strength I've revealed is my true strength?" The old man threw a deep and long glance at Yang Yi and remained silent. Yang Yi continued, "The hallowed grounds has a formidable enemy, the defiant Profounders. So, they will definitely not swarm out from the hallowed grounds to deal with me in the Southern Territory. If they don't dispatch a half-saints, then do you think anyone on the continent is capable of destroying me and my master? There isn't. The half-saints of the demon race, devil race, and oceanic race won't fight my master to the death for the hallowed grounds, right? What if the hallowed grounds defeat the defiant Profounders again?" The old man said, "The defiant Profounders are formidable, but that was in the past. They've been suppressed for almost 100,000 years now. I refuse to believe that their strengths haven't weakened. On the other hand, the hallowed grounds has definitely amassed extremely terrifying strength throughout this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't seem completely indifferent after they lost that mini-monarch realm experts. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he stared the old man in the eye and said, "May I ask if anyone below the monarch realm from your ascension sect can stop me?" The old man's eyelids twitched, and his gaze towards Yang Yi was icy cold. Yang Yi remained completely fearless instead and said, "Senior, do you know why I only came to your ascension sect after going around the central territory for half a day? I wanted to see if the exalted Han Empire and those other two sects would assist your ascension sect. But even you've seen the outcome. The exalted Han Empire hasn't come, the other two sects haven't come, and even the hallowed grounds didn't come. Senior, take a good look at your allies." The old man fell silent for a short while before he said, "You've convinced me." Yang Yi grinned, and he didn't speak further. Actually, he was aware of the old man's choice from the very beginning. Or it could be said that the old man had no choice. So long as the old man wasn't a fool, he would absolutely not choose to fight Yang Yi to the death. After all, Yang Yi possessed absolute strength beneath the monarch realm. Suddenly, the old man said, "Sword Emperor, I want a promise from you. If the Ascension sect doesn't betray me, then I won't betray the Ascension sect." Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes as he spoke. A short while passed before the old man smiled and said, "Even though you are called the Sword Demon as well, I have to say that you are much more loyal than Luo Jun, and you are much more trustworthy as well." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man turned around and said, "From this moment onward, my Ascension sect shall break all ties with the exalted Han Empire. Understand?" "Yes." All of them answered in unison. Since the Supreme Elder has spoken, how could they dare to object? However, all of them were quite worried because while they dealt with the dangers they faced from Yang Yi, it was very likely that they would have to face the hallowed grounds in the future, and it was a terrifying existence that surpassed all the powers on the continent. But they weren't completely without any hope because they had a freak like Yang Yi on their side. "Senior, please lead the members of your sect to the Southern Territory. Since Luo Jun can't unify the human world, then I will," said Yang Yi. Yang Yi had no intention to strive for supremacy, but everything he had experienced allowed him to be clearly aware that the strength of a single person was limited, especially when he had to go against the hallowed grounds and might have to fight the defiant Profounders. It didn't just require him to possess formidable strength, he needed formidable forces as well. After all, regardless of how formidable he was, how many could he kill by himself? There was another benefit of possessing such forces. Just like this very moment, while he was one of the reasons the Ascension sect had yielded, it was still the forces that stood behind him which played a larger role. Because to a certain extent, the forces of the Southern Territory which he represented were entirely on par with the exalted Han Empire. Of course, the old man nodded. Now that he had decided to side with the Southern Territory, he would naturally not allow the members of his sect to stay here in the Central Territory. Yang Yi nodded, and then turned around with the intention of leaving. The old man suddenly asked, "Where are you heading next?" "The Clear River sect. They might not yield," said the old man. "Then he'll kill them." Yang Yi's figure vanished in the horizon as he finished speaking these words. The old man stared blankly at the direction Yang Yi left towards, and then his gaze gradually became solemn. Truthfully speaking, he really had no choice but to yield to the Southern Territory. His original intention was to maintain a neutral position, but it was obviously impossible. So, he had no choice but to choose the Southern Territory. Because it was just like Yang Yi had said, no one in the entire Ascension sect could stop Yang Yi. But he was very clearly aware that standing on Yang Yi's side was equivalent to becoming enemies with the exalted Han Empire and the hallowed grounds. The Ascension sect was naturally unafraid of the exalted Han Empire now, but he had no choice but to fear a colossus like the hallowed grounds. After all, could Yang Yi and the Undertaker really resist the hallowed grounds once it was determined to kill them? The world is really about to change. The old man sighed lightly, and then his figure vanished on the spot. Yang Yi traveled to the Clear River sect upon leaving the Ascension sect. However, the Clear River sect seemed to have expected his arrival. Its grand formation was active, and all its disciples were fully geared up. Moreover, Yang Yi even saw experts of the exalted Han Empire amongst them. Of course, the most important thing was that he saw Luo Jun. Chapter 640. At this moment, Luo Jun seemed completely fine if based on outward appearance alone. Yang Yi merely glanced at Luo Jun before his gaze descended onto the middle-aged man by Luo Jun's side, and he said, "I presume you are the sect master of Clear River Sect. Let's get straight to the point. Will your sect yield?" Yang Yi. Luo Jun seemed to intend to say something, but Yang Yi paid no attention to him. He sheathed the intense sword within the ancient sheath before swiftly drawing it. Clang. This time, merely some cracks appeared on the intense sword, and it didn't shatter. A snow-white beam of sword chi smashed against the grand formation that protector Clear River Sect. Bang! Thunderous rumbling resounded throughout the sky above Clear River Sect, and everyone watched with shock as cracks actually appeared on the grand formation which was capable of resisting the attacks of Monarch Realm experts. Even though it didn't shatter into pieces, it was on the verge of it. All the spectators were astounded by this scene, and even Luo Jun was extremely astonished. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually act so domineeringly. Of course, most importantly, he hadn't expected that Yang Yi's strength was actually formidable to such an extent now. Luo Jun's pupils constricted when he noticed that Yang Yi intended to launch another attack, and he hurriedly said, "Yang Yi, perhaps we can have a discussion? Those who refuse to submit will be killed without mercy." Yang Yi interrupted Luo Jun. He sheathed the intense sword before drawing it once more, and then another beam of sword chi smashed against the grand formation. Bang! A huge bang resounded as the grand formation trembled violently, and then it exploded apart into specks of light that rained down throughout the surroundings. How audacious! Yang Yi, do you think that you're a half-saint? Clear River Sect's master had a livid expression on his face because Yang Yi didn't give him any face. However, he didn't dare attack Yang Yi because the only half-saint in the human world was standing on Yang Yi's side. What can you do about it? Yang Yi grunted coldly before his figure shot forward explosively, and he entered into the sect. After that, he waved his right hand and released all his sword servants like the divine gold dragon and the members of both the sword team and saber team. Every single one of them was an existence that could fight 10 peers on their own. Of course, most importantly, there were 360 skeletons amongst his sword servants, 360 Exalt Realm experts. Yang Yi would naturally not be arrogant to the point of thinking he could slaughter a 9th-rank sect on his own because the resources and reserves possessed by such sects couldn't be underestimated at all. But if he possessed almost 400 extraordinary Exalt Realm sword servants and Monarch Realm experts couldn't interfere, then even a 9th-rank sect was nothing before him. The expressions of everyone within Clear River Sect changed when they saw Yang Yi's sword servants. After all, just Yang Yi alone was a huge headache for them. If these puppets of his were included, then how could the Clear River Sect resist him when Monarch Realm experts couldn't interfere? Luo Jun had a gloomy expression on his face. No one knew what he was thinking as he held tightly onto the mortal Emperor's sword. Yang Yi pointed his sword at Clear River Sect's master and said, "Sect Master of Clear River Sect, they'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, the Clear River Sect will cease to exist from today onward." Clear River Sect's master clenched his fists tightly while gloominess covered his face. After all, being threatened and having a sword pointed at him by an Exalt Realm expert was an extraordinary insult, but it just so happened that he was helpless against Yang Yi. Could anyone do anything to Yang Yi when that half-saint who stood on his side was still alive? Clear River Sect's master instantly felt powerless when he thought of the Undertaker. After all, that was an existence who could slaughter half-saints. Of course, the problem he faced right now wasn't the Undertaker but the choice to surrender. All the members of the sect gazed at their sect master because the final decision rested in his hands. However, the sect master of Clear River Sect gazed at Luo Jun instead. Luo Jun spoke flatly, "Sect Master Wang, I hope you realize that those geniuses from the Hallowed Grounds weren't in the top 5 of the Hallowed rankings. Sect Master Wang, do you think the Hallowed Grounds would let Yang Yi live after he killed 3 of the Hallowed Grounds geniuses in succession this time? It wouldn't. The hallowed ground will only realize that Yang Yi is much more terrifying than they'd imagined. Once they realize that, then the moment they're truly serious will come. At that time, Yang Yi will definitely perish at their hands. The sect master of Clear River Sect remained silent. The reason he was still standing by Luo Jun's side now was because the hallowed grounds hadn't abandoned the exalted Han Empire. The strength of that colossus was absolutely beyond doubt. If he were to submit to Yang Yi right now, then his sect would be able to obtain a moment of peace. But the day the hallowed grounds truly attacked would be the day his sect would face destruction. But if he didn't submit now, then how would the Clear River Sect repulse a demon like Yang Yi? Luo Jun continued, I know what Sect Master Wang is worried about, but there's no need for that. Even though my exalted Han Empire isn't as strong as it used to be, it hasn't fallen to the point of just anyone can bully it. When he spoke up to this point, Luo Jun gazed at Yang Yi while a strange smile arose on the corners of his mouth. He said, Yang Yi, if I were you, I'd immediately return to the Southern Territory and not try to show off here. Yang Yi frowned. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space before him. A transmission talisman. The smile on Luo Jun's face slowly widened when he saw this. Swordmaster, a huge number of Exalt Realm assassins have appeared in the Southern Territory, and there are over 1,000 of them. All of them are targeting the important figures of the clans and sects that have sided with us and the important figures of our Southern Territory. Up until this very moment, we've lost almost 200 Exalt Realm experts, and every single one of them is an important figure. This almost threw our forces into chaos. Fortunately, Miss Ding was able to suppress it. Besides that, Little Yao, Bauer, and everyone else related to Swordmaster has suffered assassination attempts as well. But you don't have to worry. All of them are fine. But Miss Ding, there were numerous assassins hiding in the Ding clan, and she was careless. She's in critical condition right now, and she asks that you swiftly return to the Southern Territory as she has things to tell you. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes upon receiving all of this information. Suddenly, he opened them once more, and a ferocious expression surged through them. He sheathed the intense sword within the ancient sheath before suddenly drawing it and slashing in Luo Jun's direction. Luo Jun, I'll slaughter your entire family. A beam of sword chi surged forward as Yang Yi spoke, and a few Exalt Realm experts who stood before Luo Jun hadn't even come into contact with the sword chi when the sharp sword intent it contained heavily injured them. Luo Jun's eyelids twitched, and the mortal emperor's sword swiftly left its sheath. A beam of white-colored sword chi smashed against Yang Yi's sword chi, but merely an instant passed before Luo Jun's sword chi was completely blasted apart. Luo Jun was astounded by this scene. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying 12th level sword intent was. Right at this moment, a black-robed old man appeared in front of Luo Jun, and then the old man casually waved his hand and dispersed Yang Yi's sword chi. It was a half-saint. The mortal emperor can't be allowed to die. The old man spoke indifferently. I think it's better for him to be dead. Elder Mu appeared here. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Right at this moment, a white-haired old man appeared by the black-robed old man's side, and he said, the defiant profounders are about to emerge from the seal. The continent needs the karmic luck of the heaven, Tao possessed by the mortal emperor. So, the mortal emperor can't be allowed to die. I think the mortal emperor can't be allowed to die as well. The oceanic emperor appeared here as well. 3 half-saints intended to protect Luo Jun. The sect master of the Clear River sect heaved a sigh of relief. He felt fortunate that had resisted the pressure Yang Yi had caused him to suffer just now. Otherwise, the consequences that his sect faced would be unimaginable. A smile appeared on the corners of Luo Jun's mouth, and it slowly grew wider. Elder Mu glanced at the 3 of them, and then he said, since it's like that. When he spoke up to this point, Elder Mu waved his hand, and a tombstone appeared before him as he said, then let's fight. Chapter 641. He intends to fight 3 half-saints on his own? Everyone here was stunned by this. At this moment, Yang Yi was stunned as well. Elder Mu actually intends to fight 3 opponents on his own? They aren't Monarch Realm experts, but half-saints just like Elder Mu. Was Elder Mu at the Saint Realm? That was clearly impossible, because it was impossible for Elder Mu to stay on Profounder Continent if he was at the Saint Realm. So, it made Yang Yi wonder why Elder Mu dared to fight 3 other half-saints. Of course, no matter what, the stronger Elder Mu was, the better it was for Yang Yi. The expressions of the half-saints from the demon race, devil race, and oceanic race changed. They'd thought that the Undertaker would make a compromise, but they'd never imagined that he would actually intend to fight all 3 of them on his own. Is he that confident? The 3 of them didn't mock or ridicule Elder Mu, and they only had extremely serious expressions on their faces. Because not only was the Undertaker's background mysterious, even his strength was extremely mysterious. So, since he dared to speak about fighting the 3 of them, then it proved that he was definitely confident in his ability to accomplish it. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for Elder Mu to act in this way. After all, the joint forces of 3 half-saints was absolutely capable of killing a half-saint. Elder Mu said, "Those at the Monarch realm or above aren't allowed to interfere. All of you have broken the rules. Since it's like that, then pay a little in advance for your mistakes." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mu slapped his palm towards the space in front of him, the Devil Territory. An enormous palm appeared out of thin air in the sky above the Devil Territory before smashing down to the ground. The entire Devil Territory trembled violently as millions of Profounders from the Devil race transformed into dust and dirt. At the same time, an enormous palm that blotted out the sky had appeared in the sky above the territory of the Oceanic clans. It descended into the ocean before an enormous explosion resounded, while waves rose to a height of over 30 kilometers. Just this attack took the lives of millions of Profounders from the Oceanic clans. They'll give the Demon Emperor face and spare the demon race. Elder Mu glanced indifferently at the white-haired old man. All 3 of them were astounded. He actually acted against ordinary Profounders. "You're courting death." The Oceanic Emperor roared furiously as he waved his hand, and then an enormous palm appeared above the southern territory as well. However, it had only just appeared when another palm tore through the sky and smashed it into pieces. The Oceanic Emperor's pupils constricted while shock appeared in his eyes because he realized that the Undertaker's strength far surpassed his own. "Do you really intend to fight us to the death?" The black-robed old man spoke in a heavy voice. "All of you've broken the rules," said Elder Mu. "The continent's survival is linked to the mortal emperor, so he can't die," said the white-haired old man. Elder Mu shook his head and chuckled. "So only he can attack my disciple. Yet my disciple can't attack him? Do the 3 really think that your joint forces can suppress us? Cut the crap. All of you will never abide by the rules if you don't experience some pain. Come fight me or fuck off." "How dare you?" All of them were half-saints, so how could they endure such humiliation? "Since you want to fight, then let's fight." The white-haired old man flashed into the sky. "I'll accompany you until the end." The black-robed old man grunted coldly and shot into the sky as well. "You're dead." The Oceanic Emperor glanced coldly at Elder Mu before he flew into the sky as well. Elder Mu glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Do as you want. No one will be able to bully you." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed off after the other 3 half-saints. In next to no time, the sound of battle resounded. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Luo Jun and said, "Only death awaits you today. The Clear River sect will be annihilated today as well. Die." As soon as he spoke, almost 400 sword servants instantly attacked the disciples of Clear River sect. "Yang Yi, my Clear River sect has changed its mind." The anxious voice of the Clear River sect's master resounded. He hadn't expected that the Undertaker would actually dare to fight 3 half-saints on his own. He didn't know if the Undertaker would win, but he was clearly aware that even if the Clear River sect could win the battle with Yang Yi, it would be a Pyrrhic one. It's too late for that. Yang Yi's figure was like a ray of light that shot at Luo Jun. After all, Luo Jun's actions of ordering assassinations on Little Yao, Bauer, Ding Xiaoyao, and the others had undoubtedly crossed the line and touched his reverse scale, especially when Ding Xiaoyao was in a critical condition right now. At this moment, there was only a single thought in Yang Yi's mind, and it was to kill. It was the intention to annihilate all his enemies. Moreover, he was determined to kill Luo Jun today. Luo Jun's eyelids twitched when he saw Yang Yi charging towards him, and he moved backwards in succession. At this moment, he was clearly aware that he was absolutely not a match for Yang Yi. While Luo Jun had retreated, the experts of the exalted Han Empire by his side charged at Yang Yi instead. It wasn't that they didn't fear Yang Yi, but they had no choice because their families would be annihilated if Luo Jun died. No one was able to stop Yang Yi's sword. All those who came into contact with him were practically instantly annihilated, or were suppressed by his 12th level sword intent to the point that they didn't dare move forward. Luo Jun finally revealed terror in his eyes upon witnessing this scene. The reason he dared to show himself before Yang Yi again and even scheme against Yang Yi was because he had 3 half-saints standing behind him. But he hadn't imagined that the Undertaker would actually dare to fight all 3 of those half-saints. Since the half-saints were being kept busy, he had no one to protect him anymore. Retreat. Luo Jun didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. He was very clearly aware that no Monarch Realm expert would dare to protect him while the outcome of the battle in the sky hadn't been decided. Because regardless of whether it was the Clear River sect or exalted Han Empire, they were unable to endure the vengeance of a half-saint. Since Monarch Realm experts couldn't interfere, then could anyone in the Exalt Realm stop Yang Yi? A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he saw Luo Jun flee, and he activated his sword domain while he swiftly swung the intense sword without end. Countless strands of sword chi shot violently towards the surroundings, while he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Luo Jun. Protect Luo Jun. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from high above. The expression of Clear River Sect's master changed slightly. What does he mean by that? Does he want the Monarch Realm experts of my sect to act against Yang Yi? Or does he want me to stop Yang Yi? Should I do it? He was extremely conflicted, but it didn't take long for him to come to a decision when he saw Yang Yi's puppets slaughtering the disciples of his sect. No matter what, his sect had no way out of the situation now. His figure flashed and appeared behind Luo Jun. He gazed at Yang Yi who had arrived in front of him and said, "Luo Jun can't die." Swoosh. Right at this moment, a pitch-black walking stick shot through the sky. It wasn't really fast, but the expression of Clear River Sect's master had changed drastically. He hadn't imagined that the Undertaker would still be able to attack him while dealing with the joint forces of 3 half-saints. He was just about to dodge when the walking stick suddenly sped up, and it only took an instant for it to pierce through his chest. He stared blankly into the sky. Only now did the sect master of Clear River Sect realize how formidable the Undertaker's strength was. No one can save you. Yang Yi appeared in front of Luo Jun and slashed his intense sword down. Luo Jun would naturally not wait helplessly for death to arrive. His profound energy surged madly into the mortal Emperor's sword before he swung it against Yang Yi's sword. Bang! A huge explosion resounded before Luo Jun's figure was blasted flying. Die! Yang Yi shot forward like a cannonball towards Yang Yi. When Yang Yi was about to arrive before Luo Jun, the mortal Emperor's sword suddenly left Luo Jun's grasp and transformed into a ray of golden light that surged towards Yang Yi. The sword's spirit within it was protecting its master. Yang Yi grunted coldly as he swung his sword down. Bang! The mortal Emperor's sword was blasted flying, but it immediately transformed into a ray of golden light that shot explosively towards Yang Yi. Fuck off! Yang Yi roared furiously as he swung the intense sword against the mortal Emperor's sword and blasted it flying again. However, it shot explosively towards him once more. Yang Yi didn't choose to blast it flying again. He draconified his hands and activated the sword domain to suppress the mortal Emperor's sword, and he grabbed it at the moment it slowed down. Luo Jun's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he charged towards Yang Yi. He could lose the Mortal Emperor seal and Mortal Emperor armor, but he absolutely couldn't lose the Mortal Emperor sword. How could he possibly still be qualified to be the Mortal Emperor once he lost it? However, a little girl appeared in front of him, and she blinked before 2 beams of lightning surged forward and instantly blasted Luo Jun flying. Yes. Lei Lin clapped while she revealed a happy smile. After that, she gestured towards Luo Jun, and a bolt of lightning suddenly shot down towards him. Meanwhile, the mortal emperor had instantly started trembling violently when Yang Yi grabbed it, and countless rays of light were surging out from within it. Yang Yi's dragon claws instantly had countless fine holes opened up on them, and it caused Yang Yi's expression to change slightly. He hadn't expected that the mortal emperor's sword would actually be so terrifying. Right when the mortal emperor's sword was about to struggle free from his grasp, the ancient sheath that hung on his waist suddenly emanated a ray of light. Yang Yi's eyes lit up, and then he shoved the mortal emperor's sword into the ancient sheath. As soon as it entered the ancient sheath started trembling violently as if it was on the verge of exploding apart. However, less than 2 breaths of time passed before the mortal emperor's sword calmed down completely. How could that be possible? When Yang Yi sheathed the mortal emperor's sword within the ancient sheath, Luo Jun, who was resisting Lei Lin's lightning, sensed that the link between him and the mortal emperor's sword had been cut. He swiftly looked at Yang Yi while disbelief filled his eyes. The mortal emperor's sword had acknowledged him as its master, and that represented that the heavens had chosen him. So, even a monarch realm expert would absolutely be unable to seize his mortal emperor's sword. After all, the mortal emperor's sword would definitely not submit to anyone besides the mortal emperor. But at this moment, Head clearly sensed that the link between them had been severed. Impossible. Luo Jun was on the verge of going mad. The reason the hallowed grounds and those half-saints had taken his side was because he was the mortal emperor. Once he unified the continent, the mortal emperor's sword combined with the faith energy of the continent would be capable of providing great assistance in the fight with the defiant profounders. Yet now, the mortal emperor's sword had been taken by Yang Yi, so it truly made him wonder if he was still the mortal emperor. Horizon warp. Right at this moment, Yang Yi's voice resounded, and then a sword pierced through Luo Jun's chest. Chapter 642. Luo Jun gazed at his chest with disbelief. There was a sword stuck in his chest, and he could feel Yang Yi's sharp and fierce sword intent raging about within him. Luo Jun had a slightly blank gaze. I'm dying just like that? The one st mortal emperor to be killed throughout history? Luo Jun suddenly roared madly. Impossible. I'm the mortal emperor. I was entrusted by the heavens to take charge of the world on its behalf. How could I possibly die? How could this possibly happen? Bang! Countless strands of white energy suddenly appeared from the horizon, and they descended down and enveloped Luo Jun. As soon as they entered his body, Luo Jun instantly sensed that the vitality which Yang Yi's sword intent had destroyed was recovering. Luo Jun was overjoyed from being able to survive death. Moreover, Yang Yi and the intent sword in his hand were instantly blasted over 1 kilometer away at the same time. Yang Yi, see that? Even the heavens are helping me. You can't kill me. Ha ha ha. Luo Jun roared wildly with laughter. Yang Yi pondered briefly as he gazed at the white energy that covered the sky, and then a ferocious expression surged into his eyes. The profound energy within him surged madly as his 12th level sword intent shot out and enveloped both the ancient sheath and the mortal emperor's sword. If I want to kill you, then even the heavens can't stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took the hilt of the mortal emperor's sword and drew it. The sword trembled violently before a ray of sword chi flashed forward and instantly smashed against the white energy that covered Luo Jun's figure. Bang! An explosion resounded as the white energy shook violently, and countless cracks appeared on it. Luo Jun was horrified by the sight of this. Slash! Yang Yi immediately roared furiously, and another ray of sword chi smashed against the white energy. Bang! Luo Jun watched with horror as the white energy exploded apart. Bang! The white energy in the sky suddenly and strangely started to revolve, and it wasn't long before they condensed into an enormous white palm that smashed down towards Yang Yi. Bang! The mountains in an area of 50 kilometers around Clear River Sect were instantly transformed into powder by the terrifying might possessed by the enormous palm. Yang Yi's pupils constricted because such an attack required a cultivation at the 9th rank of the monarch realm, at least, in order to execute. But the heavens had actually executed such an attack in order to protect Luo Jun. So it was equivalent to the punishment of the heavens. The heavens is starting to act shamelessly? The demon emperor suddenly appeared in the sky above Yang Yi. He stretched his hands forward before pushing them apart towards opposing sides. An enormous black hole appeared before the enormous white palm. The demon emperor's countenance immediately turned pale when the enormous white palm entered the black hole, and then he pressed his palms together once more, causing the black hole to close and vanish without a trace along with the enormous white palm. Senior, is that considered as defying the heavens? Asked Yang Yi. The demon emperor glanced at him and said, "We who cultivate should hold reverence towards the heavens, but should we still be reverent to it when it tries to go against us?" That makes sense. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Since it's like that, then let's defy the heavens. Actually, I've been unable to stand the sight of it for a very long time." Someone's full of hot air? The demon emperor glanced at Yang Yi, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi's face darkened, and then he shook his head before he gazed at Luo Jun. At this moment, Luo Jun didn't flee because it was meaningless. "I've lost." Luo Jun gazed at Yang Yi and unexpectedly revealed a very calm expression. "So you're going to die." Yang Yi walked over towards Luo Jun. "Profounder continent won't be able to resist the defiant profounders without the mortal emperor." Luo Jun said, "Yang Yi, there really is enmity between us, but it isn't irreconcilable. If you so desire, I can apologize and even compensate you. You should be clearly aware that the strength of the defiant profounders far surpasses our imagination. We'll only stand a chance at going against them if we join forces and become united as one. What do you think?" Yang Yi stopped moving. Luo Jun revealed a delighted expression when he saw this. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a sword flashed through his neck. "I think you're daydreaming." A rain of blood descended from the sky as lava surged out from the ground. The mortal emperor was gone. The first mortal emperor in history to be killed. After Yang Yi killed Luo Jun, he suddenly felt like something had attached itself to him, and it wasn't something good. It made him feel uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the sword spirit appeared by his side and glanced at Luo Jun with a complicated expression. She said, "The heavens and the earth grieve the mortal emperor's death, and the one who killed the mortal emperor will be cursed by the world. From this moment onward, the entire world will reject you." "What do I have to fear?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. She said, "In the future, you'll realize how troublesome it is to be cursed by this world." Yang Yi smiled before he waved his right hand, and the mortal emperor's sword appeared in front of him. He said, "This sword is a natural Tao artifact, but why do I feel like it isn't very strong?" She said, "It's the mortal emperor's sword, so only the mortal emperor can bring forth its true might. Even though you've suppressed it with my help, it won't truly work together with you when you use it." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "How can one become the mortal emperor?" The sword spirit said, "It requires the acknowledgement of the world. In any case, you have no chance." Yang Yi shrugged and put the mortal emperor's sword away before he shot a glance at the surroundings. The Clear River sect was covered in corpses while its disciples had either fled or perished in the battle. In short, the Clear River sect had ceased to exist. Exactly how strong is Elder Mu? Yang Yi raised his head to look up into the sky as he asked softly. Elder Mu's strength had far exceeded his imagination. After all, Elder Mu was fighting 3 half-saints on his own. The Sword Emperor fell silent for a short while before she said, "He's at the limits of the half-saint realm. If primordial violet energy still exists in this world, then he'll definitely be able to become a saint. However, there are some other reasons which contribute to his ability to fight 3 half-saints on his own." "How is his strength compared to the Sword Sect's founding ancestor from all those years ago?" asked Yang Yi. After all, the Sword Spirit was definitely clearly aware of the strength that the Sword Sect's founding ancestor possessed all those years ago, so she was the most suitable candidate for him to ask this question. She shook her head and said, "He's inferior." Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "Why?" She answered, "The Sword Sect's founding ancestor had the sword domain, so he was invincible in the same realm of cultivation. Moreover, His accomplishments in the Sword Dao were extremely formidable to an extent that's beyond your imagination. Of course, your accomplishments will definitely be extremely formidable as well, and it will definitely not be inferior to him. Yang Yi said, domain stands above intent, but why do I feel like the might of my sword domain isn't much stronger than heaven-rank sword intent? Moreover, that's only in terms of defense. If it's in terms of offense, then I feel that my sword domain is inferior to my tuned-level heaven realm sword intent. You're a sword spirit that has been by the sword sect's founding ancestor side all those years ago, so you should be aware of the sword domain's secrets, right? She shook her head and said, even I don't know the answer to that. I don't even have proper knowledge about heaven realm sword intent. After all, I'm just an incomplete portion of my former self. However, I'll definitely be aware of everything once I've fused with my main body. Yang Yi sighed softly and said, I know you want to save your main body, and so do I. However, even you are aware that I've fallen to the first rank of the Exalt realm. Even though my sword intent has recovered, my strength is still weak. I was able to execute Heaven Rin 10 times in succession while I was at the 6th rank of the Exalt realm. But now that my cultivation had dropped, I'm only able to draw 5 times at most. So, I'm absolutely unable to head to the hallowed grounds right now. Even though his strength didn't seem weak at all, only he was clearly aware of the huge effect his loss of cultivation had on him. If his sword intent hadn't improved to the tuned level of the Heaven realm, then it would have been utterly impossible for him to defeat Helianchi, because he could only execute it Heaven Rin 5 times. So, in his opinion, his cultivation was the most important. The sword spirit pondered silently for a short while before she said, I understand, but you really need to hurry up. Yang Yi nodded. He naturally wanted to obtain the sword that was a pair with the ancient sheath. Based on his relationship with the sword spirit, the sword would probably not refuse him, and he would be able to execute the true Heaven Rin drawing technique once he obtained it. At that time, he would be much more confident in dealing with both the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders. Yang Yi raised his head and glanced towards the sky, and then he shook his head. He didn't have the time to continue waiting because Ding Xiaoyou's fate was unknown. So, he had to rush back to the southern territory. Yang Yi waved his hands and kept the sword servants within the ancient sheath before he rushed towards the southern territory with the Violet Mink and Lei Lin. Elder Mu and the 3 other half-saints appeared in the sky above Clear River Sect not too long after Yang Yi left. At this moment, all 3 of them had extremely heavy expressions on their faces because their joint forces had actually been unable to gain even the slightest advantage against Elder Mu. Moreover, they actually showed faint signs of being suppressed. Who exactly are you? The Oceanic Emperor gritted his teeth as he spoke in a heavy voice. Elder Mu didn't answer the Oceanic Emperor. He just looked up into the sky and said, all of you should be very well aware that the heaven path is actually a door that's blocking our way to become saints. So long as we're able to pass through that door, then we'll be able to immediately become saints. However, all of you dare not attempt to pass through that door. Aren't you the same? The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice. Elder Mu said, the hallowed grounds has countless half-saints, but there still hasn't been a single one of them who has been capable of becoming a saint. Could it be that even they don't dare to do so? The 3 of them fell silent because they were very puzzled by this as well. If it was said that the reason no one from the continent had been able to become a saint after the sword sect's founding ancestor succeeded was because of the scarce spirit energy on the continent, then it shouldn't be the case for the hallowed grounds. The spirit energy in the hallowed grounds far surpassed the continent, and its inheritances far surpassed the continent as well. Since it was like that, then why were there no saints in the hallowed grounds as well? What are you trying to say? Asked the white-haired old man in a heavy voice. Elder Mu grinned and said, the members of the hallowed grounds say that our continent is an abandoned world. Actually, that's very laughable. Because it isn't just our continent that has been abandoned, the hallowed grounds is actually in the same situation as well. Their expressions changed drastically when they heard this. Elder Mu took a deep breath while a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. He said, according to my inference, our entire world and even the hallowed grounds are actually a huge cage. As for who this cage is for, I'm sure all of you should be clearly aware of the answer. It was a cage for the defiant profounders. Chapter 643. Ancient Domain City. Yang Ye's expression changed when he saw Ding Xiaoyao's figure on the bed, because the vitality within her was actually flowing away incessantly. Her condition was much more severe than had imagined. Ding Xiaoyao slowly opened her eyes, glanced at Yang Yi, and said, "I thought I wouldn't be able to see you one last time." Yang Yi walked over to the side of her bed and said, "I'm sorry. I was careless." He hadn't expected that the exalted Han Empire would act against Ding Xiaoyao and the other important figures of the Southern Territory, and had only thought about his younger sister and wives. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head slightly and said, "It was I who underestimated the exalted Han Empire's strength, and I underestimated their resolve as well." Yang Yi took her hand, and the violet, profound energy within him flowed slowly into her. "However," she said, "it's useless. Actually, my injuries aren't very severe. The reason I'm in such a state is because the disease I suffer from has resurfaced." "Disease?" Yang Yi frowned. She explained, "I've been suffering from some sort of unknown and strange disease since I was born. The speed the life within me flows away is many times faster than an ordinary person. Based upon the original circumstances I faced, I wouldn't have been able to live past the age of 10. However, I obtained a fortuitous encounter when I was young, and it allowed me to live until now. Actually, I'm already very satisfied." "What fortuitous encounter? Was it a treasure or something else?" asked Yang Yi. She gazed at him for a short while before she grinned. "Are you afraid that no one will be there to deal with the Southern Territory for you if I'm gone?" Yang Yi said, "People say I have very few friends. Actually, how many would dare to become friends with me all along the path I've taken? My enemies were once the Flower Palace and Origin School. Would anyone in the Southern Territory dare to become a friend of mine when those two colossi were my enemies? That would be like courting death. Now, my enemies are even stronger. The exalted Han Empire and the hallowed grounds. So, I have even fewer friends. I don't want to lose the few friends I have." She said, "Your character is one that's too rigid, and you don't know how to be tactful at all. The first thing you think about when something displeases you is to deal with it with death and destruction. Just think about it. You even almost killed me that day. So, would anyone dare to become your friend?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "I knew you would refuse to let that go." She said, "The thing that worries me the most is those forces that have converged in the Southern Territory. You have sufficient strength and can deter them, but fully merging them into a single whole and dealing with the conflict of interest between them isn't a simple thing at all. Moreover, you clearly lack the ability to do so. Amongst the people I know, only Qin Xie is barely capable of it. But she's a member of the Grand Qin Empire, and there are too many forces that are linked to her, so she isn't suitable for the job." You'll be fine." Yang Yi interrupted her while the violet, profound energy within him surged incessantly into her body and ceaselessly cleansed her meridians. "No." She was just about to say something when her eyes suddenly opened wide, and she gazed at him with disbelief, because she sensed that the rate her body was losing its vitality was actually slowing down. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief because his violet, profound energy was effective. If it made no difference, then he would really not know how to save her. "How did you do it?" asked Ding Xiaoyao. "It's a secret. Only my wives know the answer. Do you want to know as well?" Yang Yi joked. She replied with a question, "Do you want me to?" Yang Yi was speechless. Ding Xiaoyao chuckled as she gazed at Yang Yi's slightly embarrassed face and said, "You have enough wives. I don't want to become one of them." Yang Yi didn't dare to say anything, and he just concentrated on sending his profound energy into her body. She suddenly asked, "What do you intend to do after this?" "I intend to take it one step at a time," said Yang Yi. "I think that the hallowed grounds will definitely not dispatch more fellows to send equipment and techniques to you this time. They are very arrogant and confident, but they aren't stupid. You possess 12th level sword intent and have successively killed 2 geniuses on the hallowed rankings. So, if they really do dispatch more geniuses to kill you, then it would be those that they are absolutely confident would be able to kill you. Are you confident in your ability to deal with them?" asked Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short while before he said, "The strength of the geniuses from the hallowed grounds have surpassed my expectations indeed. I dare not say that I'm absolutely confident in being able to defeat all those geniuses on the hallowed rankings. All I can say is that I will try my best. Don't worry about it. Your main concern is to recuperate well and get well soon. I can't deal with the Southern Territory without you. Even though the rate my body is losing its vitality has slowed down, he'll still die sooner or later," said Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Yi looked her straight in the eyes as he said, "Do you trust me?" She gazed at Yang Yi for a few breaths of time before she said, "I trust you, she." Yang Yi was speechless. He shook his head, summoned the greenwood spirit, and placed it in her hand as he said, "Your body is too weak. The greenwood spirit should be helpful to you. Trust me, I won't allow you to die." He wasn't bragging. After all, he just had to attain the monarch realm, and he would be able to access the tuned level of the primordial pagoda. He was confident that the contents of the tuned level would absolutely be able to cure her. Ding Xiaoyao just gazed silently at him. The hallowed grounds. Two men arrived in succession at the peak of a mountain. Both of them were a little over 20 years old. The man on the left wore green clothes and had a dense scholarly aura. He held an ancient book in his left hand and a pitch-black brush in his right. His hair fluttered slightly as the mountain breeze blew past him atop the peak, and he seemed to emanate an extraordinary aura. The man on the right wore a black robe. He held a violet spear that didn't have a tip, and his eyes were covered by a black piece of cloth. He clearly seemed much more mysterious when compared to the man on the left. "I never expected that Zhou Dengfeng, Yao Yi, Mo Yixia, Yun Xingyao, and He Lianqi would be defeated by that sword emperor of profounder continent. No wonder those old fellows dragged us out of the ethereal illusion realm. But aren't they making a big deal out of it by asking both of us who are ranked at the Tundan 3rd position on the hallowed rankings to join forces and kill a profounder at the first rank of the Exalt realm?" The man on the left chuckled lightly as he spoke. "Don't underestimate any opponent." The black-robed man spoke in a concise manner. The green-clothed man grinned, and then he said, unseeing, "Only you amongst the 10 of us on the hallowed rankings have fought that abnormal fellow. Exactly how formidable is her strength?" The black-robed man pondered deeply for a brief moment before he said, "Unparalleled in both the past and future." The smile on the green-clothed man's face gradually vanished as he said, "Forget it. They'll give up on the once position. Unseeing, let's fight after we've dealt with that fellow in profounder continent. You've been constantly occupying the tuned position, and I refuse to accept it as final." "Anytime," said the black-robed man. The green-clothed man roared with laughter, and then he lightly waved the brush in his hand and said, "Swift." His figure instantly appeared in the horizon, and a very long rift in space appeared behind him. It was caused by the extreme speed he moved at. The black-robed man took a light step with his right leg, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished in the horizon. After a moment of silence, bang! The mountain that the black-robed man was standing on just a moment ago suddenly collapsed. Chapter 644. Even though the vitality within Ding Xiaoyao was still flowing away, while both Yang Yi's violet profound energy and the greenwood spirit were healing her, it was countless times slower. So, at the very least, there would be no danger to her life in the near future. With the lesson they'd learned from the previous attack they suffered, Ding Xiaoyao and Yang Yi fortified the defenses of the city. Not only were the Exalt Realm experts ordered to form groups that patrolled the city throughout the night, there were even Exalt Realm experts patrolling the sky. Moreover, Yang Yi left the 10 sword servants head created from the members of the Saber team with Ding Xiaoyao so that no other mishaps would befall her. After all, their strengths far surpassed ordinary Exalt Realm profounders, and they could even stop him for a short period of time. In a room within the city, only 2 people were here, Yang Yi and Ding Xiaoyao. Presently, the Southern Territory's strength isn't inferior to the exalted Han Empire, and my reputation is at its peak. It's the perfect moment for us to attack and destroy the exalted Han Empire. What do you think? Asked Yang Yi. The exalted Han Empire had to be destroyed because only then could he unify the entire human world. and only then could he converge the strength of all the human profounders to go against the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders. He was very clearly aware that both the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders weren't a force that he could fight on his own. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, "You've successively killed numerous experts who are ranked on the hallowed rankings, and you've even attained 12th level sword intent. Your reputation really is at its peak, and ITLL definitely only require half the effort if we attack the Central Territory now. But have you thought about everything else? Our foundation is very rocky, and our forces are made up of various different powers. All of them have their own intentions, and they'll do all sorts of things for the sake of their own benefit. For example, they might kill or scheme against each other. So, based on the state we're in now, even if we annihilated the exalted Han Empire and took full control of its territories now, we'll fall into a state of internal strife right away. Moreover, it's even to the extent that we might suffer from internal strife before the exalted Han Empire is even destroyed." Yang Yi frowned because had never considered all of that. Ding Xiaoyao said, "All of this can't be resolved by just killing a few people. We have no choice but to deal with the internal problems we face before advancing to the Central Territory. Moreover, you have to realize that while our strength isn't inferior to the exalted Han Empire, our forces are showing signs of acting based on their own interests. Just think about it. What would the consequences be if orders aren't obeyed during a war between two kingdoms? How do we deal with it? How long will it take?" asked Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao grinned and said, "Thanks to the deterrence you exert upon them, it isn't very difficult to deal with it, and it'll just take a little time. You don't have to worry about it because I'll deal with it." Yang Yi sighed lightly and said, "To be honest, I'm lucky to have you by my side. Otherwise, I would really not know how to deal with the Southern Territory." He wouldn't fear an arduous battle that lasted all day and night, but he would truly have a headache if he were asked to deal with all of this. Ding Xiaoyao suddenly said, "The Northern Territory dispatched a messenger with the intention of joining forces with us against the exalted Han Empire. What do you think?" "The Northern Territory?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he said, "It really is rather tenacious to have survived the exalted Han Empire's attacks until now. But they want to join forces with us now? Haha, why didn't they come earlier?" "If I'm not wrong, then the Northern Territory is under the control of that little sweetheart of yours, Xianer," said Ding Xiaoyao. "Xianer?" Yang Yi frowned a little, and then he said, "She isn't my sweetheart. As for the decision to join forces or not, I'll leave it up to you." Ding Xiaoyao nodded and said, "Based on my inference, you intend to subdue the entire human world, and then gather the strength of the human profounders to resist the defiant profounders and the hallowed grounds. But I have to tell you that it's clearly not enough. It's best if we can join forces with the demon race, devil race, and oceanic clans. After all, both the defiant profounders and hallowed grounds probably possess strength that far surpasses ours. It's quite difficult to accomplish." Yang Yi said in a low voice, "It wouldn't be too difficult to join forces with the demon race because we're already working together with the demon emperor. But the devil race and oceanic clans. You've killed Luo Jun, so is the mortal emperor sword in your possession?" asked Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Yi nodded. Ding Xiaoyao smiled as she said, "Actually, it's not very difficult. Once we unify the entire human world, you just have to use the mortal emperor sword to destroy the barrier between the human world and the demon territory. If the devil race still refuses to join forces with us at that time, then we'll just kill them." "Isn't that a little too overbearing?" Yang Yi was astounded. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "That isn't overbearing but benevolent to you." Yang Yi rubbed his nose and said, "Am I really such a devil in your eyes?" She gazed at him and suddenly spoke seriously. "You're a person who's very selfish and always goes to extremes. You kill at the slightest conflict and even like to slaughter a person's entire family. Usually, a person like you doesn't live long and no woman likes such a character. However, you just so happen to have many wives. Do you know why?" Yang Yi wanted to refute her, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that she wasn't wrong. She continued, "You have a merit, and it can be said to be your only merit. It's that you're loyal. For example, those flaws of yours would vanish without a trace in the eyes of those who you've acknowledged, like Yushi and Qingshi. Moreover, you're willing to do absolutely anything for them, even go against the entire world. Most women don't care about the elegant demeanor possessed by a man or how handsome that person is. They mostly care about what a man is willing to do for them. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Ding Xiaoyao continued, I attached importance to your potential when I joined forces with you that day, but I valued this merit of yours even more. Because I was very clearly aware that so long as my Ding clan doesn't betray you, then you'll never abandon my Ding clan. The reason Luo Jun lost can't be said to be entirely because of you. He lost because of himself. The mortal emperors of the past have been benevolent existences that win the support and hearts of all. However, he abandoned everything for the sake of eliminating you. If the mortal emperor is unable to win the support and hearts of all, that mortal emperor can't be considered a true mortal emperor even if he has obtained the mortal emperor's sword. Yang Yi said, You mean that I have to win the support and hearts of the people? She shook her head and said, You're not the mortal emperor, so it isn't necessary to take that path. You just have to stay invincible and ruthless as you are now. Because your ruthlessness and status of invincibility is even more effective than that so-called support of the people. At the very least, no one will dare to betray you while you remain undefeated. Yang Yi nodded and said, I've gained a great deal from this long talk with you. At the very least, my objective is clear, and I know what I have to do. Herbie, can we be considered to be close friends? Because I feel that you know me better than I know myself. She asked, Close friends are those who know each other well. Do you know me well? Yang Yi blushed with shame because he didn't understand her well at all. She seemed to have no intention to linger on this topic, and she said, Remember that everything I said is built upon the foundation that you remain undefeated. If you are to suffer defeat, then it'll be an utterly crushing blow to the Southern Territory. Because everyone will feel that you, Yang Yi, are human as well, and you can be defeated. At that time, the hallowed grounds would only have to extend an olive branch, and everything we formed with great difficulty would collapse in an instant. Looks like the pressure on me is great. Yang Yi chuckled. She gazed at him seriously and said, If anything were to happen to you, then all those who've been following you since the beginning will be buried with you. They include me, the Demon Emperor, and even Elder Mu. Understand? Yang Ye's smile froze when he saw the serious expression on her face because the fate of many had suddenly rested on his shoulders, and it was the very first time that Yang Yi felt pressure weighing down on his shoulders. Because he didn't want anything to happen to Elder Mu, the Demon Emperor, Ding Xiaoyao, and various others. Right at this moment, a wave of sweet fragrance assaulted his nostrils, and then he felt Ding Xiaoyao hugging him. Yang Yi was stunned. Don't think too much about it. At the very least, many will always be there to support you. Ding Xiaoyao turned around and walked out of the room once she finished speaking. Only Yang Yi, who was staring blankly there, remained. The Tundan 3 read on the hallowed rankings. Xiahou Xian and Unseeing have come to seek guidance from the Sword Emperor. Please meet us outside the city. Meanwhile, a voice resounded through ancient Domain City. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed and turned cold. Outside ancient Domain City, Yang Yi appeared outside the entrance of the city with the ancient sheath in his hand. You're Yang Yi? The green-clothed man sized up Yang Yi and said, Sword intent that's restrained yet fierce. As expected of tuned level heaven realm sword intent. You're qualified to know my name. Xiahou Xian, an inheritor of the Tao of Confucianism. He, on the other, has no name, and we just call him Unseeing. He's ranked at the tuned position on the hallowed rankings. Yang Yi said, I thought the hallowed grounds would send the 5th on the hallowed rankings. Xiahou Xian shook his head and said, Our hallowed grounds underestimated you. Our arrival here today represents that the hallowed grounds isn't underestimating you anymore. So, you and the forces that stand behind you can vanish completely now. Too much talk. Meanwhile, Unseeing suddenly took 2 steps forward and said, Take a stab of my spear. As soon as he spoke, the violet spear in his hand shot off from his grasp like a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's pupils constricted because his sword intent actually showed faint signs of being suppressed by his opponent's spear intent. 3 level heaven realm spear intent? Yang Yi immediately drew the mortal emperor's sword and slashed. A strand of sword chi surged forward, but it trembled slightly upon coming into contact with unseeing spear, and then it was blasted into nothingness just a moment later. The violet spear instantly smashed against Yang Ye's chest. Bang! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Yang Ye's mouth as his figure flew backward before smashing against the walls of ancient domain city. The entire wall trembled violently before countless cracks appeared on it. Everyone within the city was flabbergasted. Take this as well. Xiahou Xian waved his brush in midair, and then an enormous character appeared in the sky. As soon as it appeared, an aura of destruction swept out, and then the walls of the city collapsed. Ganging up on him? Is this how the hallowed grounds acts? Right at this moment, a golden spear tore through the sky, and it pierced through the character, causing it to explode apart. A wisp of surprise flashed through Xiahou Xian's eyes, and he looked over and saw a woman walking over slowly. She wore a white robe, and her hair was tied up in a ponytail. And Nanjing? Chapter 645. Ding Xiaoyao and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw Nanjing. Ding Xiaoyao had expected that if the hallowed grounds were to dispatch more of its forces, then it would definitely be extraordinary geniuses. But she hadn't expected that the hallowed grounds would actually dispatch 2 at the same time. Moreover, they were even at the Tundan 3 on the hallowed rankings. Ding Xiaoyao was very clearly aware that the hallowed grounds was determined to crush Yang Yi, and reality proved that Yang Yi was utterly incapable of resisting both the Tundan 3 on the hallowed rankings. Fortunately, a Nanjing had arrived. The Southern Territory would still have hope of victory if a Nanjing joined forces with Yang Yi. Xiahou Xian sized up a Nanjing before he said, "What a surprise. Besides this fellow, Yang Yi, there's actually another genius like you on this continent." You wield the spear as well? Haha, what a coincidence. This blind fellow by my side uses the spear as well. He's called the King of Spears in the hallowed grounds. I think that you're qualified to be his opponent. Unseeing stretched out his hand and gestured, and then the violent spear flew back into his grasp before he faced a Nanjing. And Nanjing paid no attention to them, and she just walked over to Yang Yi instead. Even though Yang Yi had been struck by Unseeing's spear, Head draconified himself at the critical moment, so he hadn't suffered much of an injury. But while he hadn't suffered a heavy injury, he noticed to his shock that blood was actually seeping out from the flesh beneath his dragon scales. It was just a single attack, a very casual attack. Even though Head been constantly warning himself not to underestimate those geniuses on the hallowed rankings, he noticed that Head still underestimated them. And Nanjing held Sky Split in her hand as she asked, "Are you all right?" Yang Yi shook his head. He was trying to make a show of strength. Head merely underestimated his opponents just now, and that was why Head been struck. Moreover, the recuperative ability of his body made it so that Head almost completely recovered from the injury Head suffered. "What are you doing here?" asked Yang Yi. He remembered that Shed said that she wouldn't emerge from her closed-door cultivation without attaining the Monarch Realm. But she wasn't at the Monarch Realm now. "Helping you," said a Nanjing. Yang Yi glanced at her. She wasn't a very beautiful woman, but he couldn't deny that she had a unique bearing that was attractive. It was a bearing that other women didn't possess, and it was exactly that bearing which made her stand out from the rest. And Nanjing revealed slight discomfort from being stared at by Yang Yi, and then she turned her head away and said, "If you're fine, then fight." Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, nodded, and then gazed at Xiahou Xian and Unseeing before he said, "Who do you want?" "Who does she want?" Xiahou Xian was slightly stunned, and then he chuckled and said, "Unseeing, I never expected that we would actually be picked for battle on this continent. If the others from the hallowed grounds, and especially that freak, finds out about this, they might laugh at us. Shall disregard us." Unseeing walked towards a Nanjing with his spear in hand. When he was only 300 m away from a Nanjing, his spear transformed into a violet ray of light that instantly arrived in front of her. A Nanjing moved sideways a little as she swiftly attacked with Sky Split. Bang! The violet spear was blasted back while a Nanjing took 2 steps back. Xiahou Xian's eyes narrowed a little when he witnessed this, and he didn't dare underestimate a Nanjing in the slightest. After all, throughout the entire younger generation of the Hallowed Grounds, only the top 5 on the Hallowed rankings were capable of resisting an attack from Unseeing, and besides that freak at the once position on the rankings, only he was capable of resisting an attack from Unseeing with such ease. In other words, she wasn't any weaker to him. She really has become stronger. Yang Yi thought to himself as he gazed at a Nanjing. If a Nanjing's strength hadn't improved at all, then she would be absolutely unable to resist that attack with such ease. But what exactly is the origins of that spear of his? It was actually able to resist a Nanjing's sky split. Very good. Unseeing nodded as he took a step forward. As soon as he took that step, had arrived in front of a Nanjing, and his spear swiftly appeared before a Nanjing's throat. However, she seemed to have expected this, and Sky Split stabbed Unseeing's violet spear before it could even strike her throat. Clang! A huge bang resounded as the violet spear trembled violently and moved a few dozen centimeters upward. Moreover, and Nanjing seized this opportunity to stab Sky Split at Unseeing's throat. However, Unseeing seemed to have expected this as well. His figure moved sideways slightly and avoided Nanjing's attack. At the same time, the violet spear in his hand swiftly swept out horizontally, clean sweep. As soon as he spoke, a crescent of light shot out from the tip of Unseeing's spear. Nanjing's face turned slightly solemn, but her reaction wasn't slow at all. She swiftly pulled Sky Split back and blocked Unseeing's sweeping attack. Bang! Sky Split shook violently. The powerful force of the collision caused Nanjing's figure to be pushed back by almost 300 m, and she left an extremely striking trench in her wake. Yang Ye's expression changed because he noticed that Nanjing's palm had actually split apart, and blood was ceaselessly dripping down Sky Split. Yang Yi was about to lend her a hand, but she shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Be careful. You're really not bad." Meanwhile, Unseeing walked slowly towards a Nanjing. She said, "Let's move somewhere else?" Unseeing stopped moving, and he said, "As you wish." His figure immediately transformed into a ray of light and vanished towards the distance. Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Be careful." After that, she immediately tapped the ground lightly with her right foot, and her figure transformed into a black shadow that vanished from Yang Ye's field of vision. "Your worries are warranted because she'll die," Xiahou Xian suddenly said. "Even though her strength exceeded my expectations, I have to say that besides that freak who holds the once position on the hallowed rankings, no one in this world can defeat Unseeing in the Exalt realm." Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and gestured with his right hand. The mortal emperor's sword flew into his grasp before he sheathed it, and then he looked Xiahou Xian in the eye as he said, "Let's cut the crap and fight." Xiahou Xian nodded slightly and said, "You're unlucky because I won't underestimate you, and ill-treat you as an opponent of equal strength. But this makes you lucky as well because besides Unseeing and that freak, you're the only other person that I take seriously." As soon as he finished speaking, the pages of the book in his left hand suddenly started flipping swiftly, and the surroundings gradually started to warp. It wasn't long before they appeared within a worm created by pages. "Welcome to the world within my book." Xiahou Xian grinned. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He noticed to his astonishment that even his enlightened sword heart was actually unable to see through the flaws of this illusory realm. Wait, this isn't an illusory realm. Meanwhile, those pages in the surroundings had actually started moving. Chapter 646. Swish. The mortal emperor's sword suddenly swept forward, and a ray of violet sword chi took the shape of a crescent as it smashed against the pages in the surroundings. The pages trembled slightly, and then Yang Ye's violet sword chi vanished without a trace. Yang Ye's expression became solemn. This book is called the Word of Saints, and it was once the possession of a saint realm expert of the ancient times. Not to mention you, even Unseeing isn't able to harm this book. Xiahou Xian flicked his brush lightly through the air, and then the pages in the surroundings instantly transformed into small golden characters that flew towards Yang Yi. As he watched them fly over from various directions, Yang Yi waved his hand and withdrew the sword chest, and then he issued a command in his heart. The 100,000 swords within it shot into the air and collided with the golden characters. Zhou Dengfeng's sword chest? Xiahou Xian was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head and said, if all of them were at the Dao rank and enhanced by your tuned level Heaven Realm Sword intent, then perhaps they might be slightly effective. But swords that are only at the Heaven rank are too weak. Hiss. Yang Yi's pupils constricted because the swords were actually instantly destroyed upon coming into contact with those small golden characters. Yang Yi was shocked by this scene. After all of those swords were enhanced by his 12th level sword intent. What exactly are those small golden characters? It wasn't long before all Yang Yi's swords were destroyed. Yang Yi took a deep breath and took a step forward as he activated the sword domain. Those golden characters instantly dimmed down upon coming into contact with his sword domain, and they became a few times slower. The sword domain? Xiahou Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, it really is the sword domain. I didn't expect you to have really comprehended the sword domain. But that's fine because only a sword cultivator who possesses the sword domain is qualified to be taken seriously by me. Unfortunately, you're clearly not truly grasped your sword domain. However, that makes things easier because I wouldn't have to waste my time. Xiahou Xian waved the brush as he spoke. The characters that had been suppressed by Yang Yi's sword domain suddenly erupted with strands of dazzling and resplendent golden light, and then they shot towards Yang Yi like arrows that had just left the bowstring. He's capable of disregarding the suppression and restraint of my sword domain? Yang Yi's brows were knit closely together because Xiahou Xian's attacks were really too mysterious, and had never seen such attacks in his life. Yang Yi took a deep breath while the violet profound energy within him surged violently, and he changed the Mortal Emperor's sword into an intense sword. The Mortal Emperor's sword was stronger than an intense sword, but he had no choice but to use an intense sword because the Mortal Emperor's sword refused to let him utilize it to its full potential. As his profound energy and 12th level sword intent surged incessantly into the ancient sheath, a ray of light erupted from it, and the countless small golden characters were instantly obliterated upon coming into contact with it. Xiahou Xian exclaimed, and his gaze descended onto the ancient sheath in Yang Yi's grasp. He hadn't expected that a mere sheath would actually be able to possess such strength. However, the excitement in his eyes grew stronger. He wasn't conceited but confident. He was confident that if it was in the Exalt realm, then even the tuned on the hallowed rankings wasn't able to kill him. Xiahou Xian took a step forward while he waved his brush quickly through the air, and the small characters that were flying towards Yang Yi actually started to revolve. As they revolved, countless golden threads that were fine like the hairs on an ox shot forward incessantly, and only an instant passed before the entire world within the book was filled with these golden threads. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was drowned beneath them. Pierce! Yang Yi's voice suddenly resounded, and then a violet ray of light and a figure charged through the golden threads and instantly arrived before Xiahou Xian. Xiahou Xian wasn't alarmed at all. He tapped the brush forward, and the ray of violet light instantly exploded apart, and then he tapped it forward again. The tip of the brush collided with the tip of Yang Yi's intense sword. Bang! A ray of violet light and golden light flashed before they both were forced backward by over 100 m. What a formidable cultivation in the physical body. Your physical strength should be on par with some monarch realm experts. Xiahou Xian gazed at Yang Yi with a tinge of surprise in his eyes, and his right hand was still trembling slightly. Horizon warp? Yang Yi had no intention to waste his breath on Xiahou Xian as they fought. He immediately shot towards Xiahou Xian while holding an intense sword in hand, and it whistled sharply through the air as it stabbed towards Xiahou Xian's throat. However, his sword missed because Xiahou Xian was standing where Yang Yi stood just before launching this attack. The Hallowed Grounds has 10 movement techniques, 10 divine techniques, and 10 secret techniques. All of these techniques are only provided to the geniuses on the Hallowed rankings. The greater one's rankings, the greater the movement techniques, divine techniques, and secret techniques are. This is why countless monstrous geniuses desire to climb their way up the Hallowed rankings. The technique you've cultivated is Horizon Warp that's ranked at the 7th position, yet I've cultivated is Spatial Shift that's ranked at the 3rd position. "You are clearly daydreaming if you think that you can use speed to defeat me," said Xiao Xian. "The members of the hallowed grounds really do enjoy exceptional advantages," said Yang Yi. The reason these geniuses from the hallowed grounds gave him such a headache was because they possessed various movement techniques, divine techniques, and secret techniques. However, he just so happened to lack all of these techniques. At this moment, his strongest technique was Heaven Rend, but it wasn't even the true form of Heaven Rend. As for movement techniques or secret techniques, Head seized all of that from his enemies. Xiao Xin said, "I think that the reason you've been able to kill the geniuses on the hallowed rankings in succession wasn't just because of the Heaven Rend drawing technique you execute with that ancient sheath. The other reason is the physical body you possess. Besides a few, the attacks of most on the hallowed rankings aren't lethal to you at all, and it allowed you to remain in a state of invincibility during the battles with them. So, how could they possibly defeat you?" Xiao Xin grinned when he spoke up to this point, and he said, "But the advantage from the physical defense you possess will vanish when facing me." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xin waved his brush and said, "Restrain." The pages around them started to flip about, and then numerous characters flew out from within the pages. They swiftly linked themselves together and formed a long golden chain that instantly coiled around Yang Yi at a speed which he wasn't able to dodge at all. Yang Yi's expression changed because he noticed that his sword intent was actually being suppressed and restrained by the chain that had coiled around him. Stop resisting. These characters contain the energy of the laws possessed by Saint Realm experts. They aren't just capable of suppressing your sword intent, they can even suppress your profound energy and aura. Of course, they can't suppress your sword domain. However, you haven't truly grasped its secrets. Indeed, you can execute that secret technique and forcefully increase your strength. Actually, I really look forward to facing you once you're at the Monarch Realm, said Xiao Xian. Are you sure they can suppress my profound energy? Yang Yi raised his head and looked at Xiao Xian as he spoke. It can even suppress heaven-rank sword intent, let alone merely profound? He hadn't even finished speaking when a strand of violet profound energy surged out from within Yang Yi, and then an explosion resounded as the golden chain which bound Yang Yi was instantly blasted apart. Xiao Xian's face turned solemn, and he gazed at Yang Yi's profound energy and said, "Your profound energy is truly strange. It was actually able to disregard the restraint of the energy of the laws from within the word of saints." Yang Yi stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion. An intense sword immediately appeared in his grasp before he sheathed it, and then his violet profound energy surged into the ancient sheath. He draconified his hands into dragon claws, and his right claw held tightly onto the hilt of his intense sword, while the violent profound energy and sword intent within him surged into the ancient sheath. At the same time, the scales that covered his entire right arm slowly started to tremble. Xiao Xian took a long glance at the ancient sheath in Yang Yi's left hand before he lightly waved the brush he held. The pages around them moved swiftly, and it wasn't long before countless tiny characters had formed a defensive barrier in front of him. Slash! Yang Yi's voice resounded in this world within the book, and his intense sword immediately shattered upon being drawn. A violet beam of sword energy flashed forward and instantly smashed against the barrier of characters that stood before Xiao Xian. Bang! The entire barrier trembled violently while Xiao Xian took over a dozen steps back. Meanwhile, the two end beam of sword energy arrived almost instantaneously, and it smashed against the barrier again. Bang! Xiao Xian moved over 30 m back while countless cracks appeared on the characters. The two end beam of sword energy had just vanished when the three had arrived. Bang! The barrier exploded into pieces while Xiao Xian was blasted over 300 m from the impact. However, the fourth beam of sword energy had arrived in front of him. Xiao Xian's expression changed, and he waved his brush forward. Bang! His entire arm trembled violently while his figure was blasted over 1 kilometer away. The entire world within the boom warped, and the two of them gradually appeared outside ancient domain city again. Ding Xiaoyao and all the other profounders within the city were stunned. Who won? At this moment, Yang Yi was in quite a horrifying state because his entire body was covered in blood. The heaven rin drawing technique Head executed just now was unlike anything from the past because he hadn't just poured all his profound energy within it. Head even utilized the physical strength he possessed. It could be said that those 4 draws from before were the strongest attacks he could execute at the Exalt realm. Unfortunately, his cultivation had dropped to the 1st rank of the Exalt realm, so he could only execute Heaven Rin 5 times. If he was at the 9th rank of the Exalt realm, then he would definitely be able to execute it 10 times. Because his sword intent wasn't at the Earth realm anymore. It was at the tuned level of the Heaven realm. Yang Yi said to himself, I have to work hard on improving my cultivation once I'm done with all of this. In the eyes of many extraordinary geniuses, there wasn't much of a gap between the one stand the tuned rank of the Exalt realm. But Yang Yi was very well aware that the gap between those 2 ranks of cultivation was actually very huge. For example, if he was at the 9th rank of the Exalt realm, then he wouldn't just be able to execute Heaven Rin 10 times. His profound energy wouldn't have been instantaneously depleted as well. Of course, most importantly, he had to attain the Monarch realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, how would he take the little girl home? How could we fight the hallowed grounds? And how would he go against the defiant Profounders? What a formidable sword technique! Meanwhile, Xiahou Xian's voice suddenly resounded. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He raised his head to look over and saw Xiahou Xian walking over slowly. At this moment, besides a wisp of blood red that hung on the corner of his mouth, Xiahou Xian showed no signs of suffering a heavy injury. I still have the strength to fight. What about you? Said Xiahou Xian as he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi lowered his head to take a glance at his body. At this moment, the dragon scales that covered his body had cracked apart and blood was seeping out from those cracks. Moreover, there wasn't a trace of profound energy within him. If you don't, then you're going to die. Xiahou Xian waved the brush in his hand. In an instant, the world dimmed down. Condemnation. The characters immediately appeared above Yang Yi. Chapter 6:47. As soon as those characters appeared above him, Yang Yi noticed to his surprise that he was actually imprisoned by an invisible force, and even the sword domain was useless against it. Right at this moment, the Demon Emperor suddenly appeared in the sky above ancient Domain City, and he had an extremely solemn expression as he gazed at those characters above Yang Yi's head. Ding Xiaoyou's chest couldn't help but feel tight when she noticed the Demon Emperor's expression, and she said, Senior, what? The Demon Emperor took a deep breath and said, There are records of this in the ancient texts of my demon race. It was created by an ancient and almighty existence in the Tao of Confucianism. It contains the energy of the mortal Tao, the heaven Tao, and the saint Tao. So long as one has gone against the mortal Tao, heaven Tao, or the saint Tao, one would be punished by the energy of the laws possessed by those 3 Taos. A very long time ago, this technique, condemnation, had once made the defiant Profounder shudder in fear at the mere mention of it. However, all the great figures in the Tao of Confucianism were somehow slaughtered and annihilated. I never imagined that someone from the hallowed grounds would have grasped that technique now. Senior, please lend him a hand. Ding Xiaoyao bowed to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor shook his head in response. It's useless. The energy of the mortal Tao, Saint Tao, and Heaven Tao is needed to overcome condemnation by force. Otherwise, anyone who interferes will definitely suffer backlash from it. However, I only possess the energy of the mortal Tao. As for the energy of the Heaven Tao and the Saint Tao, that's something that only Saint Realm experts are capable of mastering. Ding Xiaoyou's face turned slightly pale because the Demon Emperor's words implied that even Elder Mu couldn't save Yang Yi. After all, Elder Mu wasn't at the Saint Realm. She asked, could it be that there's no other way? He replied, not entirely. That almighty figure in the Tao of Confucianism was a benevolent figure. He was afraid that the inheritors of the Tao of Confucianism would misuse this technique to kill the innocent. So, if one can endure the condemnation of the technique, or in other words, if one hasn't gone against the mortal Tao, Heaven Tao, and Saint Tao and maintains a clear conscience, then that person wouldn't be punished. Moreover, those 3 Taos would even bestow such a person with its gifts. But Yang Yi, Ding Xiaoyou's countenance turned even paler because she understood what he meant. Yang Yi was called the Sword Demon, so how could he have not violated those 3 das? Is Yang Yi doomed to die today? Why does my heart hurt when I think about his death? Ding Xiaoyou was quite lost. You don't have to feel too worried. Even though this fellow from the hallowed grounds has grasped that technique, it's absolutely impossible for him to fully grasp condemnation. Moreover, the energy of the Tao of Confucianism that he possesses isn't very strong, so Yang Yi might have a chance. Elder Mu will lend him a hand if there's no other way. But it wouldn't just be Elder Mu who suffers from backlash then. Even Yang Yi will probably suffer backlash as well. Alas, the Demon Emperor seemed helpless for the very first time. It was the first time he realized that the hallowed grounds was really formidable, and it was formidable to the point even he felt slightly fearful. Ding Xiaoyou hadn't heard him. She was just staring blankly at Yang Yi, while she held the greenwood spirit in her hand. Yang Yi was astounded for quite some time upon being imprisoned by the mysterious force, and then he forced himself to calm down. Because while that force had imprisoned him, it showed no signs of harming him. What exactly is this? Yang Yi was still quite shocked because it was the first time that even his sword domain had been suppressed. However, Yang Yi faintly sensed that he would definitely not be restrained by this force if Head truly grasped the secrets of the sword domain. However, besides some of the living fossils within the hallowed grounds, perhaps only the sword spirit's main body possessed knowledge of the sword domain's true secrets. It was absolutely impossible for him to obtain information from the hallowed grounds. If I'm able to survive this, then I have to stop at nothing to attain the monarch realm. Yang Yi decided in his heart. Only by attaining the monarch realm would he dare to head to the hallowed grounds, and only by heading there and rescuing the ancient sheathed sword would he be able to truly master his sword domain and execute the true form of the Heaven Ren drawing technique. In short, the precondition to accomplishing everything he wanted to do was to attain the monarch realm. Right at this moment, Xiahou Xian flipped open the book, the Word of Saints, while he said, Yang Yi has committed 3 sins against the mortal Tao. The mortal emperor is the master of the continent, who governs it on behalf of the heavens, and he carries the will of the heavens. However, Yang Yi killed him, seized the mortal emperor's sword, and slaughtered countless living beings. Such actions go against the mortal Tao. Please send down your divine punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of white light entered Yang Yi's body, and then a moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi's cultivation started falling rapidly. The 9th rank of the spirit realm, the 8th rank of the spirit realm, the 7th rank of the spirit realm, the 1st rank of the spirit realm. In less than 2 breaths of time, Yang Yi had fallen from the 1st rank of the exalt realm to the 1st rank of the spirit realm. Had lost an entire realm of cultivation. The demon emperor's eyes narrowed slightly while an unprecedentedly solemn expression appeared on his face. On the other hand, Ding Xiaoyou's face had turned pale as a sheet, and her eyes were filled with horror. Meanwhile, the other profounders throughout the city were completely dumbstruck by this scene. At this moment, Yang Yi was beyond shocked, because he sensed that his cultivation had truly declined, and then a trace of bewilderment appeared in his eyes as he gazed at the 4 characters that resided above him. Conversely, Xiahou Xian was overjoyed. Because his technique worked on Yang Yi, condemnation was a very formidable technique, and it was formidable to the point that even Monarch Realm experts feared it. However, it had a flaw, and it was that it couldn't be utilized rashly. Because if the target of the technique had a clear conscience and hadn't gone against any one of the 3 Daos, then the person who executed the technique would suffer extremely severe backlash. That backlash was one where the person's cultivation would be completely transferred over as compensation to the target. It was exactly because of this flaw that Xiahou Xian had never dared to utilize this technique against Unseeing, or that freak ranked at the 1st position during the past battles to ascend the hallowed rankings, because he wasn't confident in his ability to succeed. As for Yang Yi, the facts of the situation proved that he was right. Xiahou Xian grinned and continued. Yang Yi has committed 2 sins against the Heaven Tao. His actions of killing the mortal emperor and countless living beings have gone against the will of the Heaven Tao. Moreover, Head proclaimed his intentions to defy the heavens like the defiant profounders. Such actions caused him to suffer divine punishment, but he escaped such punishment as he was assisted by another. Openly defying the will of the heavens is in violation of the heaven Tao. Please send down your divine punishment. Another ray of white light entered Yang Ye's body. A moment of silence passed before Yang Ye's cultivation started dropping once more, and less than a breath of time passed before Yang Yi had fallen from the first rank of the spirit realm to the first rank of the king realm. The demon emperor clenched his fists as he stood atop the walls of ancient domain city, and a ray of violet light flashed through his fists. He was determined to prevent Yang Ye's death no matter what. It wasn't just for the sake of the alliance that was formed in the southern territory, it was for the violet mink's sake as well. However, even if he could save Yang Yi would probably be completely crippled by then. Yang Yi was still looking at those four characters with a blank and bewildered expression. Yang Yi, it's time for the final punishment. Xiao Xin smiled. Chapter 648. I think. Right at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly started speaking. Xiao Xin was slightly stunned, and then he gazed at Yang Yi as he wanted to see what this dying man intended to say. Yang Yi gazed at those four characters that floated above him and said, "What is cultivation?" Cultivation is an act of seizing resources from the world. It's an act of using the energy in the world to strengthen oneself, so that one's aspirations and desires can be fulfilled. Cultivation is an act of going against the heavens for survival. So, cultivation itself is defiance of the heavens. So, what sins have I committed by killing the mortal emperor and defying the heavens? How absurd and heinous! Xiao Xin shouted. However, a strand of violet energy suddenly surged out from within Yang Yi, and then an ethereal pagoda enveloped him. The words primordial pagoda could be faintly noticed on the pagoda. Xiao Xin was stunned. Suddenly, the ethereal pagoda shot into the air and smashed against the characters. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the characters were obliterated. All who witnessed this scene were stunned, and even Xiao Xin was stunned. He gazed with disbelief at the ethereal pagoda and said, "How could this be possible? How could this be possible?" Meanwhile, a strange force enveloped Xiao Xin, and then the profound energy within him surged madly before entering Yang Yi. Moreover, it wasn't just his profound energy, his spirit, energy, and essence had surged madly out of him and shot incessantly into Yang Yi as well. He was suffering from backlash. Xiao Xin howled like a madman. "No, this is impossible. It's impossible. Yang Yi, you've gone against the mortal Tao, heaven Tao, and Saint Tao. How could I suffer backlash instead? How could this be possible?" However, regardless of how he screamed, the essence, spirit, and energy within him was still surging out incessantly before entering Yang Ye's body in quite a strange manner. Moreover, Yang Ye's cultivation was rising explosively at an extremely horrifying speed. The first rank of the spirit realm, the second rank of the spirit realm, the first rank of the exalt realm, the second rank of the exalt realm, the third rank of the exalt realm. Senior, what exactly is going on? Ding Xiaoyao heaved a huge sigh of relief before she gazed at the demon emperor who stood by her side. The demon emperor gazed at the ethereal pagoda above Yang Yi and shook his head. "I'm not very sure, but it should be related to what he said. Even though it sounded absurd and heinous, it makes sense if you think about it carefully. The essence of cultivation is actually defiance of the heavens. Otherwise, the heavens wouldn't send down its divine punishment when we advance into the monarch realm and saint realm." Senior, you mean it was because of what Yang Yi said? Cultivation itself is defiance of the heavens actually encompasses the essence of the grand Tao within it. And that was why Xiao Xin suffered backlash from his technique? Asked Ding Xiaoyao. The demon emperor shook his head and said, "Yang Yi was punished earlier, and that was sufficient to prove that Yang Yi's actions had really violated the mortal Tao and heaven Tao. While I'm not aware of the actual reason behind why Xiao Xin is suffering such backlash, it's definitely related to what Yang Yi said and the ethereal pagoda above him." Ding Xiaoyao was quite speechless because the demon emperor's words didn't explain anything. Xiahou Xian had jet black hair when he arrived here, but it was snow white now. His face had transformed from its handsome state to become covered in wrinkles. As for his eyes, while there was still a little life in them, they were filled with terror and disbelief. Yang Ye's cultivation was still rising. Xiahou Xian was a peak 9th rank Exalt Realm expert, and he was one that hadn't relied on external forces to attain such a cultivation. Now that his cultivation was being completely transferred to Yang Ye's cultivation naturally rose explosively. However, the speed at which Yang Ye's cultivation rose had finally started to show signs of slowing down when he attained the 9th rank of the Exalt Realm. The 9th rank of the Exalt Realm. Yang Yi opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and then formed an intense sword in his grasp. He sheathed it within the ancient sheath before swiftly drawing it, and then a beam of violet sword energy shot into the sky. Everywhere it passed, an enormous rift was torn open in space, and this rift reached the clouds. He said, "The mortal Tao? Heaven Tao? Saint Tao? All of you can fuck off. Regardless of what Tao it is, they'll slash away anything that stands before me." Bang! As if it was a reply to Yang Ye's words. The sky suddenly dimmed down, and then dark clouds filled the sky. After that, a dark black pillar of lightning rumbled down from the sky and descended towards Yang Yi. Black lightning. The heavens are actually treating Yang Yi like a defiant profounder. The Demon Emperor was slightly confused when he witnessed this scene, because black lightning had only appeared in the legends, or to be more precise, it had only appeared over 100,000 years ago when the Heaven Tao fought the defiant profounders. Yet now, it had appeared again, and its target was Yang Yi. The Heaven Tao was actually treating Yang Yi in the same way that it treated defiant profounders. Could it be that my demon race will really have to defy the heavens with Yang Yi? Would we be any different than the defiant profounders if we did that? Meanwhile, the ethereal pagoda above Yang Yi had suddenly shot into the sky and collided with the pillar of lightning. Bang! Countless profounders watched with astonishment as the enormous pillar of lightning was blasted into pieces, and it transformed into countless arcs of lightning that dispersed towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, the ethereal pagoda returned to Yang Yi. Everyone, including the Demon Emperor, was looking at the ethereal pagoda because the Demon Emperor had actually felt extremely attracted yet threatened by the pagoda. Yang Yi was shocked by this scene as well. He was naturally aware that the ethereal pagoda was the primordial pagoda, but he didn't understand why it had formed a small ethereal pagoda that appeared above him. Could it be that my words from before resonated with it? Yang Yi thought for quite some time before he shook his head and decided to stop lingering on this question, because the primordial pagoda had acknowledged him as its master, so it won't harm him no matter what. How did you accomplish this? Right at this moment, a seemingly aged voice resounded from in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked over yet didn't feel any pity when he noticed Xiahou Xian's aged appearance, and there was only happiness in his heart, because he was well aware that the consequences of his defeat would absolutely not be any better than Xiahou Xian. He laughed coldly and said, "Do you think that I would tell you?" Haha. A wisp of self-ridicule appeared on his aged face as he said, "I learned this technique, condemnation, so that I could once again reveal the glory of the seniors of the Tao of Confucianism during the fight with the defiant profounders. I never imagined that I would just suddenly fall at your hands for no reason. Over 20 years of cultivation have become yours now. I refuse to accept this, I refuse." Xiahou Xian's eyes were filled with boundless resentment and hatred. Unfortunately, he wasn't just unable to attack, he couldn't even stand steadily. Yang Yi took a step forward and instantly arrived before Xiahou Xian, and then his sword stabbed through the latter's throat. Hiss! Blood sprayed from Xiahou Xian's neck as his head flew off from his body. Yang Yi shook his head as he gazed at Xiahou Xian's corpse. Needless to say, Xiahou Xian was very strong to the point that head almost lost. However, Xiahou Xian shouldn't have underestimated his opponent, or it should be said that he shouldn't have utilized condemnation. Because if he hadn't, then it might not have been Xiahou Xian who perished now. It might have been him, Yang Yi. However, Xiahou Xian was only ranked at the 3rd position on the hallowed rankings. This made Yang Yi wonder exactly how strong the one was. Yang Yes' brows were knit tightly together. Had been constantly cultivating and constantly strengthening himself. Before he experienced all of this, Head thought that there shouldn't be anyone in the same realm of cultivation who was capable of killing him. No, it should actually be said that Head thought no one in the same realm of cultivation could even defeat him. But the reality he faced was that Head almost been killed by an opponent at a similar realm of cultivation as him. He hadn't survived because of his own strength, and it was because of luck instead. Yes, it was luck. It was luck that had allowed him to survive. This was quite an insult to Yang Yi. Once one attained success, one would become complacent. No one could avoid such a thing. However, this battle had allowed Yang Yi to truly restrain his pride and arrogance. Because he noticed that even if he was at the 9th rank of the Exalt realm, his strength was still nothing worthy of taking pride in. After all, there was always someone stronger in this world. Arrogance and conceit would only lead to death. So, he had to continue working hard without end, and he had to work even harder than before. Swoosh! Right at this moment, the ethereal pagoda above Yang Yi had suddenly transformed into a ray of light that entered into his body, and when Yang Yi scanned his body, he only noticed the material primordial pagoda while the ethereal pagoda was nowhere to be found. Yang Yi sighed lightly as he gazed at the primordial pagoda. He was very well aware that it was definitely a powerful weapon. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to wield it for now, and that was an extremely aggrieving and helpless feeling. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion that shook the world resounded from a few hundred meters away, and then the entire ground started to quake violently while countless cracks that were as thick as an adult's arm swept through the ground. In Nanjing, Yang Yes' heart sank. He waved his right hand and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the distance. Yang Yi felt more and more shocked as he traveled towards them, because he noticed that the state of the ground was growing more and more terrifying as he got closer to them. For example, the ground beneath him right now had collapsed by over 300 m deep. Regardless of whether it was in Nanjing or Unseeing, both their strengths had greatly exceeded Yang Yes' expectations. It wasn't long before Yang Yi saw Nanjing and Unseeing. At this moment, Unseeing was on his right knee, and the violet spear in his hand had a violet-colored spearhead now. However, half of it was broken. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed an injury on Unseeing that stretched from his throat to his stomach, and it was so deep that Yang Yi could even see Unseeing's internal organs. Yang Yi swiftly turned around to look at Nanjing, and his pupils instantly constricted into the size of a needle, because Nanjing's left hand was gone. Chapter 649. You won. A faint smile appeared on the corners of her mouth as she gazed at Yang Yi. However, Nanjing's smile was slightly pale, and her left shoulder was still bleeding incessantly. Yang Yi walked over to her. For some unknown reason, 2 streams of water gradually seeped out of the corners of his eyes as he gazed at her mangled left shoulder. His heart hurt. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like his entire heart was being stabbed by needles. And Nanjing was quite stunned when she saw Yang Yes' tears flowing for her, and then her eyes drooped. She remained silent for a short while before she said, "I'm fine. It hasn't harmed my foundation, so I can regrow it." Yang Yi pulled her into his arms and placed his right hand on her left shoulder before the profound energy within him surged madly. He just transferred his profound energy to her in silence, and he didn't say that he was sorry, nor did he thank her, because there was no need for all of that between him and her. And Nanjing's delicate figure stiffened, and she struggled slightly yet wasn't able to struggle free from his embrace. She fell silent for a moment, and then didn't continue trying to struggle free. She just let him embrace her while complicated emotions and a trace of bewilderment appeared in her eyes. "You actually killed Xiahou Xian." Meanwhile, Unseeing spoke abruptly. "I'll kill you in a while as well." Yang Yi gazed at Unseeing while his voice was completely emotionless. "I'm not afraid of death." Unseeing said, "I'm just curious about why you were able to kill him. Does it make a difference?" Yang Yi said, "He's dead, isn't he?" Unseeing was slightly stunned, and then he nodded and said, "You're right, it's meaningless now. What I wanted to say is that our battle isn't over. so you shouldn't have interfered. And Nanjing nodded slightly and intended to struggle free from Yang Yi's embrace. However, he held on tightly to her and didn't budge at all. And Nanjing was stunned by this and just stared blankly at him. Yang Yi spoke in a gentle tone. Don't forget that they'd never intended to fight me in a one-on-one battle when they came here just now. So, just recuperate and leave him to me. All right? And Nanjing stopped hesitating when she recalled how Unseeing and Xiahou Xian had joined forces against Yang Yi just now, and she immediately nodded. She was one who adhered to principles in battle, yet she wasn't one who adhered stubbornly to them. If Unseeing and Xiahou Xian hadn't joined forces against Yang Yi in the beginning, then she would absolutely not allow Yang Yi to interfere in their battle. Unfortunately, Unseeing and Xiahou Xian hadn't chosen a one-on-one battle when dealing with Yang Yi just now. Yang Yi smiled when he saw her nod, and then his gaze instantly turned icy cold as he gazed at Unseeing and said, The hallowed grounds has constantly tried to kill me. I, Yang Yi, swear to the heavens that it'll definitely wipe the hallowed grounds off the face of the world one day. He didn't care about the fight against the defiant Profounders. All he knew was that the hallowed grounds wanted him dead, so he would destroy it instead. You're too confident, Unseeing said. Not to mention you. Even the defiant Profounders can dream of easily destroying my hallowed grounds. Perhaps, Yang Yi said, but I want to give it a try. Unseeing fell silent for a short while, and then he said, We shouldn't kill each other. The defiant Profounders are the true enemy of our human race. It's not worth it regardless of whether it's the members of my hallowed grounds that die at your hands or vice versa. Even if they die, they should die in the coming battle with the defiant Profounders. You should tell that to the hallowed grounds, said Yang Yi. Unseeing said, They'll understand that after what happened here today. It's too late for that. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, This war is something all of you started. Yet you want to put an end to it just like that? That's impossible. Moreover, I'm very well aware that with the pride your hallowed grounds has, it's absolutely impossible for it to seek reconciliation. Even if both of you died today, they would only dispatch even stronger forces tomorrow. Perhaps they might even dispatch half-saints, right? But don't worry, I won't always stay in such a passive position. Once I take the initiative, it'll truly become the nightmare of the hallowed grounds. Perhaps, Unseeing said, once both I and Xiahou Xian perish today, the hallowed grounds will truly realize how terrifying you are. At that time, they'll have only two choices. The first, to draw you over to their side, because you and your woman will grow into peerless experts in the future. The second would be to crush you, because the hallowed grounds will absolutely not allow another. No, two more formidable enemies like the Sword Sect's founding ancestor to be born in the future. And Nanjing had a slightly uncomfortable expression on her face when she heard Unseeing say that about her, and she wanted to say something about it. However, while her lips twitched for a long time, she didn't say anything in the end. She didn't have the habit of explaining anything to others, except Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly asked, The Sword Sect's founding ancestor went to the hallowed grounds? Head met the unfettered one's soul, but he suddenly realized that the unfettered one seemed more and more mysterious in his eyes. He did, Unseeing said, and he even killed there. How many did he kill? Asked Yang Yi. Unseeing answered, 15 half-saints and a few hundred monarch realm experts. Yang Yi pupils constricted. 15 half-saints. His strength was countless times stronger than his depictions in the legends of the continent. Yang Yi shook his head, let go of a Nanjing and said, How are you feeling now? She replied, I need a month to recuperate completely. Yang Yi nodded and said, Don't leave once this battle is over. Stay and help me, all right? He didn't know how terrifying the number one genius of the hallowed grounds was, but he was very clearly aware that the number one genius' strength would absolutely far exceed his expectations. If it was a one-on-one battle, then he wouldn't fear such an opponent as he was at the 9th rank of the Exalt realm. But what if they used numbers against him? Of course, most importantly, he wanted a Nanjing to cultivate within the primordial pagoda. If a Nanjing were to cultivate there, then her natural talent would definitely allow her strength to increase greatly as she cultivated there. A Nanjing glanced at him and said, am not leaving. Yang Yi smiled, and then he walked over to Unseeing while an intense sword appeared in his grasp. He said, "You must die. I won't go down without a fight." Unseeing's hand shook slightly, and his violet spear started to tremble violently. However, the injury on his stomach opened even wider, and blood started pouring out incessantly. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to flash forward, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Unseeing. However, the voice of a woman suddenly resounded, Nether Maiden from the 10-day pavilion of the 10 Nether Pavilions. One who lives alone on the living rock of the Netherworld to judge the souls of the dead, controls the divine energy of yin and yang, knows the secrets of life and death. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Meanwhile, he saw a black shadow flash before his eyes, and then a figure appeared in front of him. After that, his intense sword, which carried 12 level sword intent, was clasped between two fine and fair fingers. The one's on the hallowed rankings. Nether Maiden. Bang! An explosion resounded as soon as these words were spoken. The intense sword in Yang Yi's grasp exploded apart, and then it transformed into nothingness. Chapter 650. A woman appeared in front of Unseeing. She was around the age of 20, with silver hair, a linen dress, bare feet, and pitch-black eyes. Moreover, even her pupils were pitch-black and deep like the night sky. A silver chain was coiled around the woman's wrist. However, it didn't really seem like it was coiled around her wrist but was restraining her instead, because the chain started from her arms and covered her entire body. Nether Maiden gazed at Yang Yi. Her eyes seemed as if they carried an unusual charm that caused Yang Yi to be dazed, and this made him feel even more astounded. He hurriedly circulated his sword intent to expel the discomfort he felt, and then his figure flashed over 30 m back to widen to distance between him and her. And Nanjing walked over to Yang Yi's side, and an unprecedentedly solemn expression could be seen on her face. Another genius in the Sword Tao has appeared after the Sword Sect's founding ancestor. She isn't bad as well. She has combined numerous intents and possesses over 20 different inheritances in the martial Tao. She's a rare and peerless genius. Xiahou Xin and the others shouldn't die at your hands, and the two of you shouldn't die at my hands as well. The true enemy of Profounder Continent is the defiant Profounders. So, I won't kill you today. She spoke slowly, and her voice seemed to carry a strange power that made both Yang Yi and Nanjing feel slightly dizzy. You're really confident. Yang Yi took a step forward as he activated his sword domain, and an invisible force enveloped the surroundings. There's no one beneath the half-saint realm that I can't kill. She stretched out her hand and grasped it lightly, and then an invisible force appeared around her and kept Yang Yi's sword domain away. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. What is that? It's actually able to keep the energy of my domain away? Reverse. She suddenly released her clenched fist, and then a ray of white light and black light flashed. After that, a muffled groan resounded from Yang Yi as he took over 10 steps back. His sword domain has been destroyed. And Nanjing was about to attack, yet Yang Yi appeared before her and took her hand before he shook his head. This woman before them was too mysterious. Nether Maiden said, the sword domain shouldn't be that weak. The Sword Sect's founding ancestor relied on his sword domain to fight over a dozen half-saints on his own. It seems like you haven't truly grasped the essence of the sword domain. Perhaps you'll be able to fight me once you have. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, Go on and leave. It wasn't that he didn't desire to kill them right here and now, but it was utterly impossible. Her strength felt unfathomable to him, and it was something Head only felt from Elder Mu. However, she was only at the 9th rank of the Exalt realm. Unless he truly grasped the method of utilizing the sword domain or obtained the sword spirit's main body, otherwise, he would definitely have a very slim chance of defeating that woman. Nether Maiden nodded. She turned around, gazed at Unseeing, and then waved her hand slightly. A strand of white light shot into Unseeing's stomach, and then the enormous gash there started healing at a visible speed, and only less than 10 breaths of time passed before his injury had healed completely as if it was never there. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly, and his gaze towards her grew even more solemn. "What are you doing here?" asked Unseeing. She replied, "I came to save both of you. Unfortunately, I was a step too late. Xiao Xian is dead." Unseeing inquired, "How did he die?" She pondered deeply for a moment and said, "A force that exceeds the scope of this world killed him. That force possessed energy that was superior to the energy of the heaven Tao in this world, and it acknowledged Yang Yi. So, Xiao Xian suffered from backlash. Energy that surpasses the energy of the heaven Tao of this world exists?" Unseeing continued with a voice that carried shock. "Yes, and there isn't just a few of them." She suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed his shoulder, and then her figure shook slightly before she appeared 500 kilometers away. "You should have been able to kill him just now. Why didn't you?" asked Unseeing. She replied, "I couldn't." "Why?" He was puzzled by her answer. She answered, "That half-saint of this continent had his eyes on me once I made an appearance there. I might be the one to have died if I attacked him." Unseeing asked, "Then why didn't he kill you?" "He wouldn't dare because he's afraid he'll destroy his Tao." Unseeing was at a loss for words. Elder Mu appeared in front of Yang Yi once Nether Maiden and Unseeing were gone. At this moment, there was a trace of seriousness on Elder Mu's face. He gazed at the direction that Nether Maiden left towards and said, "She's extremely mysterious. The energy and Tao she cultivates are those that even I've never seen. Even though she's only at the Exalt realm, I feel that she can pose a threat to me." Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and he said, "She can pose a threat to you? Is she that strong?" Elder Mu smiled and said, "It's just a feeling. If we really fought, then even 10 of her wouldn't be a match for me. There are 2 reasons why I didn't kill her just now. Firstly, I don't want to bully the weak. Secondly, I hope that you'll do it yourself and not need me to do it for you. You need to grow, and you have to deal with your own enemies. All I can guarantee is that no one will bully you." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I understand. Don't worry, Elder Mu. They'll work hard." Elder Mu continued, "Your current strength is inferior to her, but you don't have to feel dispirited. She's quite mysterious and can't be judged by convention. You have to work hard on stabilizing your current cultivation and tempering your sword intent. Even though you're at the 9th rank of the Exalt realm now, you obtained it through external assistance. So, there are some latent problems with it that you must eliminate. Otherwise, you'll suffer from incessant problems in the future. It's the same for you sword intent. You have to temper it incessantly and improve it." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Elder Mu, do you know about the sword domain?" Even though Head comprehended it, he hadn't truly grasped it, and that made him feel extremely depressed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible for him to kill Nether Maiden just now if he joined forces with a Nanjing. Elder Mu shook his head and said, "The sword domain was something that only the unfettered one comprehended all the years ago, so even I'm not aware of its secrets. Perhaps members of the hallowed grounds possess the answers you seek, but they're bound to not tell you anything based on the relationship you have with them. So, you have to figure it out yourself. In any case, you've comprehended it, so it won't be going anywhere." "Figure it out myself?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Elder Mu spoke abruptly, "Chaotic times are upon us. The enemies before you are the hallowed grounds, the heaven Tao, and it might even include the defiant profounders. You should be aware of the consequences you'll face if you don't possess sufficient strength. I'm not invincible in this world like how the unfettered one was all those years ago. There are still forces that can kill me. So, if you want to live and live a good life, then you have to constantly strengthen yourself and use your sword to break through all obstructions." Yang Yi nodded. He was very well aware that his current enemies were much stronger than the Flower Palace and Origin School who were his enemies of the past. He had to possess formidable strength in order to survive. As for Elder Mu, had never thought about relying on Elder Mu forever. After all, one can only rely on oneself. He understood that principle a very, very long time ago. Elder Mu smiled, and then he gazed at Nanjing and said, "Your natural talent is unprecedentedly rare. Your accomplishments may not necessarily be inferior to that woman if you were born in the hallowed grounds." "I won't lose to her." And Nanjing spoke flatly in a firm tone. Elder Mu smiled as he gazed at her, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Cherish those in front of you. He vanished once he finished speaking. Yang Yi was slightly embarrassed by this. The atmosphere between them was slightly embarrassing, and a short while passed before Nanjing suddenly said, "You can let go now." Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He lowered his head to have a look, and only then did he realize that he still hadn't let go of her hand. Yang Yi didn't let go and spoke instead, "Let me take you somewhere." He brought her into the primordial pagoda. As soon as she entered it, her reaction was the same as Su Qingshi and the others. She was shocked by the scene before her. There was a luxurious palace standing before them. It was something Qin Xia had brought in from the Grand Qin Empire. Su Qingshi and the others usually cultivated within that palace. "Where are we?" And Nanjing's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Yang Yi explained, "It's a long story. In any case, all you have to know is that cultivating here is very much faster than cultivating in the outside world. So, you can cultivate here from now on. We can even have discussions to temper our cultivation and techniques when I'm free. What do you think?" And Nanjing glanced at the surroundings before she said, "The energy here really is very abundant. It's much more abundant than the outside world. You're willing to stay?" Yang Yi's voice carried undisguised happiness. She asked, "Do you want me to?" "Of course," he nodded. And Nanjing's growth and strength was very beneficial to him and herself. Of course, he didn't have any intentions of using her, and he just purely hoped that she could benefit from it. She said, "I know you're grateful, but this really isn't necessary." Yang Yi's brows knit together slightly, and then he tightened his grip on her hand and said, "And Nanjing, do you think I brought you here and revealed this secret of mine because I want to repay you?" And Nanjing just gazed at him in silence, and it could be considered as silent approval. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he released her hand and said, "You lost an arm to help me. It would be a lie if I said that I wasn't grateful and guilty. However, I've never said sorry or thank you to you. Do you know why? It's because I think that such words aren't necessary between us. I firmly believe that you would still step forward and lend me a hand if I was in trouble, and I would do the same for you." And Nanjing lowered her head slightly and remained silent. Yang Yi's heart hurt a little as he gazed at her severed arm, and he hugged her lightly and said, "Let's not talk about all of that. I respect your decision. You're welcome to stay if you want, and I won't stop you if you want to leave. All that matters is that you're happy." And Nanjing didn't know what to say. Chapter 651. And Nanjing didn't go. As for the reason, she didn't mention it. She just stayed behind while Yang Yi didn't pursue an answer. In any case, it was a good thing. After he experienced the battle with Xiahou Xian and Unseeing, Yang Yi gained a clear understanding of what he lacked, and there were many aspects to it. For example, combat experience, a lack of sword techniques, insufficient physical strength, and so on and so forth. In short, he was still too weak. In the Southern Territory, he really was invincible unless Monarch Realm experts acted against him. But if it was in terms of the hallowed grounds, then he would have definitely lost to Xiahou Xian if it weren't for the primordial pagoda. On the other hand, if he were to have fought Unseeing, then his chances of winning against Unseeing's terrifying strength was very slim as well. If he encountered Nether Maiden in battle, then he might not even have a chance at victory. Weak. Too weak. Too weak. That was what Yang Yi felt right now. He was very well aware that the world was very big, and it was big to the point it was beyond his imagination. Moreover, there was clearly a world outside of this world he knew, and that world would have countless geniuses as well. How terrifying would those geniuses be? Even if he disregarded all of them for now, just the little girl within the tiny vortex was younger to him in age, but her strength was something beyond his reach. When it came to geniuses, there wasn't a best one, and there were only better ones. Similarly, there wasn't a strongest existence because there was always someone stronger. He started cultivating. He started cultivating like a madman. For some unknown reason, the hallowed grounds stopped dispatching its forces to the continent after Nether Maiden took Unseeing with her. This gave Yang Yi free time to cultivate madly within Nanjing. As for the matters of the Southern Territory, he left all of it to Ding Xiaoyao. He wasn't worried at all when he had Ding Xiaoyao to deal with it for him, and all he had to do was ceaselessly improve his strength. His cultivation was at the 9th rank of the Exalt realm. So, If he didn't obtain any special fortuitous encounters, then it would be extraordinarily difficult for him to rely solely on cultivating to advance into the monarch realm. So, he didn't try to improve his realm of cultivation during this period of time. He used all his time to cultivate the critical strike technique, temper his sword intent, and practice heaven rend. Critical strike was divided into 3 stages. The first stage instantly doubled the strength of his sword intent. The 2 stage could provide 2 times more strength to his sword intent, and the 3 rod stage could provide 5 times more strength to it. His sword intent was at the 12th level now. If he were able to improve the critical strike technique to the 3 rod stage, then the might of his sword intent when it was instantly improved by 5 times. Yang Yi was confident that just an intent sword which was condensed into form from his sword intent would be sufficient to kill a monarch realm expert. Of course, it would be an ordinary monarch realm expert. Perhaps it was difficult for other sword cultivators to attain the 3 rod stage of critical strike, but it was quite easy for Yang Yi. It wasn't because of his natural talent, and it was because he possessed tuned-level heaven realm sword intent. The greater one's attainments in sword intent was, the easier it would be to cultivate the critical strike technique, especially when he frequently engaged in discussions with a Nanjing. So, he only used a mere month to cultivate critical strike to the 2 stage. He felt that his speed was very quick, but in Nanjing still felt that it was too slow. Yang Yi had nothing to say when in Nanjing proclaimed that he was slow because only after he started cultivating with her had he realized exactly how terrifying her natural talent was. And Nanjing had merely utilized a single month to improve all 6 of her intents to the 12th level. Most importantly, she could utilize them on their own or merge all of them together. Yang Yi had no choice but to admit that if it was a comparison of natural talent alone, the Nanjing far surpassed him. Besides cultivating critical strike, Yang Yi spent a huge amount of time on heaven rend every single day. Heaven rend was his strongest technique. Perhaps a single strike of it was sufficient to decide the outcome of a battle against an ordinary genius, but its flaws and deficiencies were instantly exposed when it was utilized against geniuses like Unseeing and Xiahou Xian. Even though the heaven rend he executed now wasn't its true form, its strength was beyond any doubt, because it could even be overlapped. However, he hadn't perfected his technique of overlapping them, so its strength was much weaker than it could be. According to Nanjing, it was best if the sword energy from his heaven rend drawing techniques were overlapped and not one after the other. The difference in strength between 10 heaven rends that were overlapped and 10 heaven rends in a row was huge. Overlapped heaven rends were equivalent to countless strings that were tied together, so the strength they possessed would be enormous. On the other hand, if they were in a row, then while the strength they possessed would still be formidable, it wouldn't be as strong as if they were overlapped. After all, if his opponent was fast enough, then that opponent could destroy his attacks in succession. Yang Yi understood all of that, so had always wanted to truly overlap the sword energy from the heaven rend drawing technique. However, he realized after a few tries that it was far more difficult than had imagined. He had to be fast if he wanted to overlap the sword energy that was released from it. He had to be fast to the point that his draws were practically completed at the same time. Only then could they be truly overlapped. Needless to say, that was very difficult. It was extremely difficult. After all, he would be drawing in succession. So, if he wanted them to overlap, then it meant that he had to complete the tune draw, 3-er draw, 4th draw, and so on and so forth in the same instant that had executed the once draw. It was so difficult that it was beyond his imagination. However, he didn't give up because of that. After a month of painstaking hard work and in Nanjing's help, he was barely able to overlap 2 beams of sword energy. Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised to realize that the might of 2 overlapped heaven rends was actually comparable to the might of 4 heaven rends that struck in succession. In other words, overlapping 2 beams of sword energy from heaven rend had forcefully improved its by 2 times at least. What if he could instantly overlap 10 heaven rends? While the amount of profound energy and strength he exhausted would be the same, its might would multiply. So, Yang Yi had no reason not to train like a madman. This period of cultivation went on for a few months. Where there was hard work, there naturally were results. He's cultivated critical strike to the 3-rod stage, and he was able to overlap 4 beams of sword energy from Heaven Rend. Besides that, Head tempered his sword in tint to an even more condensed state. In short, the improvements both in Nanjing and he had gained throughout this period was quite huge. Ding Xiaoyao prohibited everyone from disturbing Yang Yi during this period, and she personally dealt with everything. But it wasn't long before something she couldn't deal with came up. Internal strife has broken out in the demon race. The 4 divine beast clans launched a sudden assault against the spatial mink clan. These were Ding Xiaoyao's first words when she saw Yang Yi. Chapter 652. What gave them the courage to do that? Yang Yi's face turned cold when he heard Ding Xiaoyao, and he calmed the little fellow who was in his arms. The little fellow was about to leave when she heard Ding Xiaoyao just now, but Yang Yi stopped her. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, "I'm not very sure. All I know is that Senior Demon Emperor started to act against the 4 divine beast clans once the joint forces of the Hallowed Grounds, Exalted Han Empire, and 4 divine beast clans had been defeated that day. However, the 4 divine beast clans were truly too powerful, so he wasn't able to eliminate them in a short period. Thus, the Spatial Mink clan and divine beast clans entered into a stalemate. But no one expected that the 4 divine beast clans would suddenly launch a surprise attack against the Spatial Mink clan today. Could it be the Hallowed Grounds that's pulling the strings? Asked Yang Yi. She pondered deeply for a moment before she said, I personally think that it isn't really related to the Hallowed Grounds, because after Nether Maiden took Unseeing with her and left that day, the Hallowed Grounds still hadn't dispatched any more forces until now. So, there are only 2 possibilities. The first is that the Hallowed Grounds has changed its plans and intends to draw us over to its side. The second is that the Hallowed Grounds has encountered some problems of its own, like the Defiant Profounders. So, since they aren't able to spare any forces to deal with us, they shouldn't have interfered in the matters of the demon race because it would be quite meaningless. Since the Hallowed Grounds isn't interfering, then why would they dare to act in such a way? Yang Yi frowned. Ding Xiaoyao suddenly said, Perhaps it's because of you. Me? Yang Yi was puzzled. She explained, You killed Xiahou Xin while in Nanjing heavily injured Unseeing. The potential and strength that both of you possess made them feel threatened. Yet both of you stand on the Demon Emperor's side. The Hallowed Grounds was keeping you busy before this, so you weren't able to head over to the Demon Territory to assist the Demon Emperor. But now, the Hallowed Grounds hasn't made a single move for a few months. Thus, it allowed them to clearly realize that if they don't eliminate the Spatial Mink clan now, then they would be in huge trouble once you head over and join forces with the Demon Emperor. Looks like they were driven into a corner, said Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao continued, They joined forces with the Hallowed Grounds, so they are mortal enemies with the Demon Emperor. Moreover, while the Exalted Han Empire hasn't been destroyed, the strength of our southern territory has surpassed it, so destroying the Exalted Han Empire is only a matter of time. Thus, they have to truly take control of the demon race to resist us in the future, and only then can they make the Hallowed Grounds attach importance to them and not abandon them. Yang Yi nodded and said, How's the current strength of our southern territory? Ding Xiaoyao pondered deeply for a moment and said, There are almost 10,000 experts at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm and above, and there are a few thousand Exalt Realm experts below the 5th rank. As for Spirit Realm and King Realm experts, there are over 300,000 and over 1,000,000 respectively. A million? Yang Yi was astounded. That many? She smiled. A war is about to erupt in the continent, so everyone is aware that it's time to take sides. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to survive by relying on their own strength. So, practically all the Profounders of the Southern Territory have come to side with us. Moreover, even the Profounders of the other territories are gradually rushing over here. Right, perhaps you're still unaware of it, but large-scale rebellions erupted in both the Eastern and Western territories while you were in closed-door cultivation. Countless sects and clans have risen up to resist the Exalted Han Empire. Of course, their forces aren't sufficient to resist the Exalted Han Empire. So, we've interfered? Yang Yi interrupted her. She smiled in response, of course. How could I let such an opportunity slip by? Presently, Both the Eastern and Western Territory have escaped the exalted Han Empire's control. We have everything we need, and all we lack is a crucial factor. A crucial factor? Yang Yi chuckled. You're waiting for me? Ding Xiaoyao. Sort of. We need you if we are to subdue the Central Territory while keeping our losses at a minimum. So long as you head over to the Central Territory, then I believe that countless people would side with us. After all, mentioning the sword demon can even make children stop crying. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he gazed at her and said softly, It must have been hard on you to manage all of this. She gradually clenched her fists before relaxing them, and she even felt like she was on the verge of tears. Since Shed started managing all the affairs of the Southern Territory, there had been countless days and nights that she had no time for sleep. It wasn't that she refused to give up some of her authority, but it wasn't the time to do so. Moreover, there were many things that she really didn't trust others to deal with. Regardless of whether it was the Grand Qin Empire, Dark Beast Empire, or her own Ding clan. Actually, all of them had their own selfish motives and considerations, and the slightest mistake might cause it to become a fuse that creates an explosion in the Southern Territory. She didn't want any mistakes to occur at such a crucial moment. Actually, even she understood that the reason all those powers in the Southern Territory allowed her to be in control wasn't just because of her ability, it was also because of her relationship with Yang Yi. All of their interests were tied to Yang Yi, yet he didn't like to manage the Southern Territory's affairs. So, only someone closely related to Yang Yi could take his place. Because if they didn't tie Yang Yi firmly together with them, then they would be in deep trouble if Yang Yi just left with those who were close to him. In short, while Yang Yi needed them, they actually needed Yang Yi as well. Actually, as far as they were concerned, Ding Xiaoyao was considered as Yang Yi's representative that managed all of them. That was why she was able to manage all of them. And it was also the reason why they'd accepted her leadership and hadn't tried to seize her position. Of course, Ding Xiaoyao's own ability played a huge role as well. Managing all of these powers was no easy task. After all, there was all sorts of conflict between them, and there were even some that were irreconcilable enemies. All of this was like a mountain that pressed down upon her, and only she knew the hardships she faced. However, when she heard what Yang Yi said, she suddenly felt that she hadn't gone through all of it in vain. How are you feeling? Yang Yi felt slight pity as he gazed at her. After all, who would have imagined that she was just like Xiao Yushi and had suffered such torture since she was born? Ding Xiaoyao suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart and nodded lightly. The vitality within me has stopped leaking out for now. It shouldn't be a problem for me to live a few more years. Yang Yi said, Don't worry. They'll solve it. She cracked a smile and replied, Do you really not want me to die that much? He answered, Could it be that I should? Ding Xiaoyao gazed at him for a short while before she changed the topic. Do you need anyone to go with you to the demon territory? Yang Yi shook his head. There's no need for anyone else to come. They'll leave in Nanjing here. I can be at ease knowing that she's here to protect the Southern Territory while I'm away. Ding Xiaoyao nodded and said, If you're able to resolve the conflict with the 4 divine beast clans during this trip, then seize the opportunity to remove the barrier between the human world and the demon territory. Only by truly joining forces will we be able to resist the hallowed grounds or the defiant profounders. All right. Yang Yi smiled, and then he flipped his palm. 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones appeared before Ding Xiaoyao as he said, Do as you please with them. They'll leave the sword servants from the sword team and saber team by your side, and they'll obey your every command. In short, just be careful. I think the exalted Han Empire would definitely try to act against you. She took the energy stones and said, Stop being so long-winded and just go. Yang Yi rubbed his nose, and then he vanished on the spot. 2 women walked into the room after Yang Yi left. It was Embark and the black-clothed woman. Big sisterin, how did it go? Asked Ding Xiaoyao. Embark gazed at the black-clothed woman, and the black-clothed woman said, I couldn't find anything. It was like he just vanished. All the forces of the city governor's estate have been handed over to Lu Jianyao, and there's nothing wrong with her. Ding Xiaoyao closed her eyes slightly, and she said, It's very strange indeed. Big Sister N, please continue using the forces of the Yin clan to investigate the matter. I don't want there to be any uncertain factors. You didn't tell Yangyi about it? Asked Enbiru. Enbiru shook her head. He has enough pressure weighing down on him. He shouldn't be the one to worry about this. Moreover, it isn't severe to the point it's beyond my control. Since we have Elder Mu on our side, he wouldn't be able to do anything even if he's planning something. However, we still can't be careless. So, they'll have to trouble Big Sister and with this matter. Enbiru nodded and said, Of course, we're on the same boat now. Ding Xiaoyao nodded and said, Big Sisterin, as for the misunderstanding between you and Yangyi, don't worry about it. They'll persuade him. After all, he isn't a heartless person, and he's clearly aware of what you've done for him in the Southern Territory. Enbiru was slightly stunned. Quite some time passed before she said, Thank you. The Demon Territory. At this moment, the Demon Territory was quite chaotic. The 4 divine beast clans had countless clans as their vassals, so when they started the rebellion against the Demon Emperor, all of their vassal clans had naturally joined the rebellion. Of course, as the Demon Emperor of the Demon Territory, the Demon Emperor had his own vassal clans as well. So, enmity between the 4 divine beast clans and the Spatial Mink clan had transformed into internal strife throughout the Demon Territory. The violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder pointed towards the distance while anxiousness filled her eyes. On the other hand, Lei Lin, who was by Yang Ye's side, was ceaselessly nibbling on an enormous spirit fruit that she held in her arms. Yang Yi nodded and was about to flash forward when the world before him shook, and then a group of enormous black wolves that were over 50 m tall appeared within his field of vision. Lei Lin stopped eating, and there were even bits of fruit left on her lips. She blinked as she used her left hand to pull on Yang Ye's sleeve. Yang Yi rolled his eyes. In the eyes of others, it would seem like Lei Lin was afraid, but that wasn't the case at all. She wanted to zap someone. She was pulling on his clothes because she was asking him if she could. After all, Yang Yi had warned her that she couldn't just zap anyone at will. Yang Yi didn't attack because he wasn't sure if they were subordinates of the Demon Emperor or the vassals of the 4 divine beast clans. In next to no time, almost 100 enormous wolves had surrounded Yang Ye's group. The black wolf with silver stripes that was in the lead started sizing up Yang Yi, and it wasn't long before that fellow's gaze descended onto the violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder. Ow, a spatial mink. Haha, it's actually a spatial mink. Well, get 10 beast limit herbs for this spatial mink's head. That wolf in the lead spoke the human tongue, and its voice was filled with excitement. Yang Yi had figured out their allegiances, so he patted Lei Lin on the head and said, Go ahead. Chapter 653. Lei Lin grinned as she waved her little hand, and then countless bolts of lightning surged out from her arm. Some of the black wolves weren't able to dodge in time, and were instantly burned into ash. Moreover, the lightning was conductive, and it immediately moved to its next victim once it was done. So, the entire pack of black wolves were enveloped by what seemed like a net of lightning. Miserable howls resounded incessantly. In next to no time, only that wolf king who led the group remained here. Even though had been zapped a few times, his strength at the peak of the Exalt realm and his thick skin saved him from death. You. The wolf king gazed at Lei Lin with shock. He wanted to run, but his entire body was numb right now. So not to mention running, he couldn't even stand still. A ray of light flashed, and then his head flew into the air. Yang Yi sheathed the intense sword before his figure flashed, and he brought Lei Lin and the violet mink along as he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. In Yang Ye's opinion, if he could use force to deal with something, then he would absolutely not waste his breath. The Spatial Mink clan lived within space itself. The world they lived in was one that was created within space by the ancestor of their clan. Perhaps spatial rifts were extremely dangerous and couldn't be approached to others, but ordinary spatial rifts were nothing to the Spatial Mink clan, because they'd been living in a spatial rift since they were born. Of course, it was one that was much bigger. In next to no time, the Spatial Mink led Yang Yi to the home of the Spatial Mink clan. However, the situation here was quite bad. At this moment, the entire place was surrounded. There were members of the dragon race, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Phoenix clan amongst them. Besides the members of the 4 divine beast clans, There were also numerous members of their vassal clans as well. Yang Yi, who was hiding in the shadows, noticed that all of these demon beasts were actually at the exalt rank or above, and there were actually no less than 10,000 of them. Moreover, there were even over a dozen at the monarch rank. So, Yang Yi hurriedly utilized his 12th level sword intent and violet profound energy to envelop himself, the little fellow, and Lei Lin so that their auras wouldn't be exposed. At this moment, Yang Yi noticed that the demon race's strength was much stronger than the human race. If the barrier between territories didn't exist, then the human race would have probably been annihilated by now. Of course, it would be a different story if the entire human race was able to join forces. Bang! Right at this moment, the space in the surroundings shook, and then numerous spatial minks that were countless times larger than the little fellow appeared here. Every single one of them was at the exalt rank, and there were a few thousand of them. It wasn't long before Yang Yi saw the Demon Emperor, and there was a beautiful middle-aged woman by the Demon Emperor's side. Yang Yi had met her once. She was the Violet Mink's mother and the Demon Empress of the Demon Territory. There were 20 others standing behind the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress. There were both men and women amongst them, and all were at the Monarch realm. The Violet Mink was about to fly towards them when Yang Yi hurriedly stopped her and shook his head towards her, because his instincts told him that there was something off here. He had no doubt that the Spatial Mink clan was the strongest in the Demon Territory, and while the joint forces of the 4 Divine Beast clans really did surpass the Spatial Mink clan, the Spatial Mink clan still had its allies. However, there were no other clans of demon beasts to be seen here. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was quite strange. Even though the Violet Mink was anxious and wanted to head over, she didn't resist Yang Yi and just allowed Yang Yi to hold her in his arms. Because she trusted Yang Yi no matter what, and she knew that he would absolutely not harm her and stand by idly. She trusted him, and he trusted her. So, had never concealed anything from her. Yang Yi rubbed the little fellow's head and consoled. Don't worry. The Demon Emperor and your mother are fine. Don't you know how strong they are? Unless a half-saint acts against them, otherwise, no one is able to kill them with ease. As for a half-saint, the 4 Divine Beast clans wouldn't have had to form such an army if they had one. The Violet Mink rubbed her little head against Yang Yi's face, but there still was a trace of anxiousness in her eyes. Demon Emperor, you colluded with humans and joined forces with them to cruelly murder the demon beasts of my demon race. Such actions are equivalent to betrayal of the entire demon race. You're not qualified to continue acting as the Demon Emperor. A thunderous voice resounded abruptly, and then the Dragon Emperor appeared before the Demon Emperor's group. Moreover, the patriarchs of the Phoenix, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise clans were by his side as well. Besides that, there were over 30 Monarch rank experts standing behind them. The Demon Emperor laughed coldly and said, Dragon Emperor, why didn't you mention how all of you colluded with the hallowed grounds and the exalted Han Empire? As for cruelly murdering demon beasts, haha, Dragon Emperor, could it be that only all of you can kill members of my Spatial Mink clan, yet we can't counterattack? The Divine Phoenix by the Dragon Emperor's side said, Demon Emperor, you're definitely aware of the hallowed ground strength. Indeed, the hallowed grounds has lost a few geniuses and some Monarch realm experts at the Southern Territory, but such losses are nothing to the hallowed grounds. If they didn't have to deal with the Defiant Profounders, then they could destroy the Southern Territory in an instant. How would our demon race face the hallowed grounds rage if you're allowed to lead our demon race to become allies with the Southern Territory? Could it be that you intend to pay with the lives of the entire demon race? The Southern Territory doesn't have a chance against the hallowed grounds. The patriarch of the White Tiger clan said, I don't want my White Tiger clan to be wiped out from the world. The Demon Emperor said coldly, it doesn't have a chance? Forget it. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on all of you. It looks to me like all of you intend to fight my Spatial Mink clan to the death. The Dragon Emperor spoke coldly, Demon Emperor, you are bringing destruction upon yourself. Demon Emperor spoke in a cold voice, Dragon Emperor, it's best that you think this through. Yang Yi obtained the inheritance of the dragon ancestor. He let your clan go that day, but it doesn't represent that he will again. Your actions today will definitely infuriate him, and with his character, it's very likely that hell slaughter your entire clan. The Dragon Emperor's expression changed. Even though Yang Yi was only at the Exalt realm, the bloodline pressure Yang Yi possessed was lethal to all dragons. So, if Yang Yi intended to deal with the Divine Gold Dragon clan in the future, then besides the Monarch rank Gold Dragons, all others would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Yang Yi. Moreover, with Yang Yi's strength, he would probably even be able to slaughter Monarch rank dragons with ease. Dragon Emperor, why worry about that? Meanwhile, the Patriarch of the Phoenix clan who stood by the Dragon Emperor's side said, once we deal with the Demon Emperor, we'll have control of the entire demon race. At that time, what can Yang Yi do even if he possesses the blood of the dragon ancestor? Would he dare to come to the demon territory? Even if he did, could he fight our entire demon race on his own? The Dragon Emperor's face eased up slightly, and then he gazed at the Demon Emperor and said, Demon Emperor, since you want to bring ruin down upon yourself, then well fulfill your wish. The Demon Emperor said, Dragon Emperor, do you think that you can annihilate my spatial mink clan by just dividing the allies of my clan? You're too naive. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the Dragon Emperor's mouth, and he said, Is that so? Elder Kong, will you still not act? The Demon Emperor's pupils constricted. Right at this moment, an old man who stood behind the Demon Empress stepped forward, and then another 7 of the 10 Monarch rank experts who stood behind the Demon Empress stepped forward as well. The old man called Elder Kong sighed softly and said, Patriarch, your actions of going against the hallowed grounds are unwise. Chapter 654. Disbelief appeared in the violet mink's eyes as she witnessed this scene from afar, and then her eyes became teary while she grabbed Yang Yi's hair with all her might. Lei Ling didn't continue eating her spirit fruit anymore. She flashed over to the violet mink's side, and then started patting the violet mink to console her. Yang Yi's heart hurt when he saw the little fellow in such a state, and he rubbed her little head and said, You know that old fellow? She nodded in reply, and then her tears couldn't help but flow down. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and wiped off those tears before he turned to look at the old man, and a ray of cold light flashed through his eyes. The Demon Emperor gazed at the old man for a short while before he said, Elder Kong, why? You watched me grow up, and you're the person that Zier looks up to the most. Why have you betrayed our clan? What did the Dragon Emperor give you? I'm really very curious to know the answer. Even though the Demon Emperor was the Demon Emperor of the entire demon race, he was also the Patriarch of the Spatial Mink clan. However, he didn't hold complete authority over the entire clan. There were many senior experts of the Spatial Mink clan, and while their strengths might be inferior to the Demon Emperor, their prestige in the clan wasn't inferior to the Demon Emperor, just like Elder Kong who stood before him. Elder Kong was the previous Patriarch of the clan and enjoyed very great prestige in the clan. Elder Kong shook his head. Demon Emperor, your actions of joining forces with the humans hasn't just aroused a huge amount of displeasure in our clan. Even many of our vassal clans are displeased. Why? You should be very well aware of the answer. Even though the Southern Territory has a half-saint, and Yang Yi really does possess huge potential, ask yourself this question. Does the Southern Territory really have a chance to resist the Hallowed Grounds? If the full force of the Hallowed Grounds were to attack, then would we who are allies of the Southern Territory be able to resist the Hallowed Grounds' rage? You betrayed me because of that? Said the Demon Emperor. Elder Kong replied, Demon Emperor, you and Zier are rare geniuses of our Spatial Mink clan. I don't want anything to occur to both of you, and I don't want you to lead our clan to its ruin either. So long as you acknowledge breaking all ties with the Southern Territory from now on and becoming allies with the 4 Divine Beast clans again, then all of us will still respect you as our Patriarch. What if I don't? The Demon Emperor spoke coldly. Then we have no choice but to imprison you for now. Elder Kong sighed softly. The Demon Emperor glanced at Elder Kong and the others before he said, Just all of you isn't quite enough. If we are to fight, then it'll only benefit the other clans. I'm sure Elder Kong is aware of that, right? The Dragon Emperor spoke abruptly. Don't worry. We won't go against the Spatial Mink clan if you aren't its Patriarch. Since that's the case, the Demon Emperor slowly clenched his fist, causing the space around him to warp. But right at this moment, an invisible spatial cage suddenly enveloped him. At the same time, Elder Kong and the others suddenly acted as well, and then countless spatial walls overlapped each other around the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was stunned by this scene, and so were Yang Yi and the Violet Mink, because the first person to act against the Demon Emperor was none other than the little fellow's mother, the Demon Empress. Why? The Demon Emperor gazed at the Demon Empress as he spoke in a slightly trembling voice. She didn't dare look him in the eye as she said, "Have you still not noticed? Since you acted arbitrarily and joined forces with the Southern Territory, more and more clans have started to go against us. If that continues, then our spatial mink clan will become the common enemy of the entire demon race. I even tried to persuade you, but you never listened. So, you colluded with outsiders to do this to me? A few hundred years. We've known each other for hundreds of years." Self-ridicule was noticeably visible in the Demon Emperor's eyes as he said, "I never expected this. I truly never expected that I would actually be betrayed by the person I trusted the most. Haha, what a joke. What a huge joke." The Demon Empress figure trembled as she said, "I never thought of doing this to you. All I hope is that you will cut off all ties with the Southern Territory. Our demon race will have no future if it joins forces with the Southern Territory. Besides that, allowing Zir to be with Y is an enormous mistake. Yang Yi has offended the hallowed grounds. Hell lead her to her death." "How foolish!" the Demon Emperor suddenly shouted. "The only way Zir can escape the cage which is this world is by staying by Yang Ye's side. That's the only way. Do you understand? He's only at the Exalt realm. No matter how great his natural talent and potential are, does he possess the ability or qualifications to go against the hallowed grounds, just because he has the backing of a single half-saint?" The Demon Empress replied with a question, and her voice carried a trace of anger and displeasure. The Demon Emperor took a deep breath and didn't spare a further glance at the Demon Empress. He said, "Could it be that the entire clan has betrayed me?" A few Monarch Realm experts standing behind the Demon Emperor recovered from their shock when they heard this. They immediately intended to act, but the Demon Empress shouted, "Anyone who dares to do anything will be expelled from the clan and eternally banished to roam through spatial turbulence." Their figures stiffened. They glanced at the Demon Emperor and glanced at the Demon Empress, while hesitation appeared in their eyes. Bang! Suddenly, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from within the Demon Emperor, and his aura ceaselessly collided with the spatial barriers around him. In just an instant, countless spatial barriers were blasted apart. Such a scene horrified Elder Kong, the Demon Empress, and the others, and they hurriedly created more spatial barriers. However, right at this moment, swish, a ray of violet light flashed swiftly before their eyes, and then it smashed against the spatial barriers that surrounded the Demon Emperor. Bang! The spatial barriers on the outside were instantly covered in cracks. Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor seized the opportunity to smash his right fist forward. Bang! The spatial barriers around him were instantly obliterated. Elder Kong and the Demon Empress were astounded because they hadn't expected that someone would suddenly act at this moment, and it would actually be completed in such a short moment. So, they were caught completely off guard. Those experts who stood behind the Demon Emperor heaved sighs of relief when they saw him escape, and they hurriedly moved over to stand by the Demon Emperor's side while looking at the Demon Empress group with vigilance. Everyone here didn't look at the Demon Emperor, and they shot their gazes towards another direction instead. At this moment, Yang Yi had appeared before them, and their expressions changed drastically upon noticing him. After all, how could he possibly be unfamiliar to them? They hadn't imagined that Yang Yi would actually dare to come to the demon territory. Didn't the rumors say that he was in closed-door cultivation? You actually dared to come to the demon territory. The Demon Empress spoke in a low voice as she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi held Lei Lin's hand as he walked over to the Demon Emperor, and he replied, "Why not? Yang Yi, this isn't the Southern Territory." Elder Kong spoke in a deep voice. Yang Yi laughed coldly. "So what?" Elder Kong was stunned. "Indeed, what can I do?" He suddenly recalled that while this fellow was only at the Exalt realm, there was a half-saint standing behind him. Moreover, that half-saint had even proclaimed that he would slaughter any monarch realm expert who dared to act against Yang Yi. Even though Elder Kong was very confident in his ability, he wasn't confident to the point of thinking he could fight a half-saint. Yang Yi paid no attention to Elder Kong. He held the violet mink in his arms as he walked over to the demon emperor. The violet mink rubbed her head against Yang Yi's face before she flew over to the demon emperor. The latter rubbed her little head, and he said after noticing the worry in the violet mink's eyes, "It's all right, Zier." The demon empress suddenly called out. However, the violet mink didn't even spare her a glance and just turned her head away. Pain instantly crept onto the demon empress' face when she witnessed this. The demon emperor didn't spare a single glance to the demon empress as well. He nodded to Yang Yi and said, "I never expected you to come, and I wasn't even able to notice you. That attack of yours was very strong. Looks like your strength has improved again." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Fortunately, I wasn't too late. Otherwise, the little fellow would be crying." The violet mink glared angrily at Yang Yi out of embarrassment, and then she flashed over to his shoulder and started to claw at his hair. The demon emperor shook his head. Even he slightly envied how close Yang Yi and the violet mink were. However, he felt even happier. Actually, he wasn't very well aware why Elder Mu thought so highly of Yang Yi and even didn't hesitate to fight the half-saints of the hallowed grounds and the continent for Yang Yi. However, he was sure of one thing, and that was Yang Yi had huge secrets. After all, the little girl and the small ethereal pagoda, especially the little girl who had even made a saint realm expert like the founding ancestor of the Flower Palace feel terrified, had witnessed all of that with his own eyes. So, he felt that Zier being by Yang Yi's side was great fortune for her. "Yang Yi, the demon territory doesn't welcome your presence." Meanwhile, the Dragon Emperor spoke abruptly. Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "Dragon Emperor, I allowed your clan to live that day, but now it would seem like you didn't really cherish that opportunity. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to slaughter your entire clan?" "How presumptuous!" The Dragon Emperor shouted furiously. "Yang Yi, this is the demon territory and not the southern territory. Yang Yi, aren't you going a bit too far?" The Divine Phoenix by the Dragon Emperor's side said in a low voice, "Don't even think that you can act wildly in our demon territory just because you have the backing of a half-saint. You have to realize that our demon race has a half-saint as well." Yang Yi disregarded the Divine Phoenix and turned to gaze at the Demon Emperor. "Senior, you deal with the internal affairs of your clan. Just leave the rest to me." "Are you sure?" The Demon Emperor said, "I'm sure you've noticed that there are over 100,000 Exalt-rank demon beasts and a few dozen Monarch-rank demon beasts here. It shouldn't be a problem," said Yang Yi. "How arrogant!" The Demon Emperor's face turned livid with fury, and he roared, "Yang Yi, don't go too far." Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 360 skeletons appeared behind him. Next, he made a grasping motion, and an intense sword appeared in his grasp. He pointed it at the Dragon Emperor and said, "I'm doing just that. What are you going to do about it?" When he spoke up to this point, he disregarded the Dragon Emperor and gazed at the patriarchs of the other divine beast clans. 3 breaths of time. "If all of you don't leave by then I'll cover this place with corpses." They almost exploded with rage. After all, anyone who wasn't aware of Yang Yi's actual cultivation would think he was a half-saint. They really wanted to attack and smash him into mush. However, they forcefully restrained such thoughts when they thought of what the Undertaker had said. 1. Yang Yi started the count. Their expressions turned unsightly. 3. As soon as he spoke, a ray of light flashed, and then the Exalt-rank demon beasts by the side of the Dragon Emperor and the others weren't even able to react before their heads flew up into the air. What happened to 2? Chapter 655. As soon as he attacked, the 360 skeletons behind him had flown over into the group behind the Dragon Emperor and the others, and then they started a frenzied slaughter. Actually, Yang Yi had never thought about allowing them to leave. They were his enemies, and the enmity between them could be said to be irreconcilable. So, even if he wanted to bury the hatchet with him or surrender, he wouldn't accept it, because he didn't want to be stabbed in the back. The only way to eliminate all future troubles was to annihilate them. There were many occasions where benevolence was utterly useless. It was impossible for him to annihilate them with just his own strength. But Yang Yi was no fool. He had Elder Mu's support, so he naturally intended to utilize such powerful backing. No Monarch Realm expert would dare to act against him while Elder Mu was there to protect him, and if they couldn't act against him, then could anyone below the Monarch Realm throughout the demon territory be a match for him? Everyone here was stunned on the spot when Yang Yi suddenly started to slaughter the experts here, and even the Demon Emperor was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually attack. After all, there were a few dozen Monarch Realm experts there. After all, just a few of them would be able to annihilate Yang Yi. Even though Yang Yi had a half-saint standing behind him, the Demon Emperor couldn't help but wonder if Yang Yi wasn't afraid of them, throwing caution to the wind if he drove them to a corner. Sword chi shot horizontally and vertically, and the suppression exerted on them by his tuned level heaven rank sword intent caused every single one of his sword chi to reap a life. Regardless of whether it was the profounders of the Divine Gold Dragon clan, Divine Phoenix clan, or even the Black Tortoise clan which possessed the strongest defenses amongst them, all of their Exalt rank experts couldn't resist a single strike of Yang Yi's sword. Less than 2 breaths of time passed before a few dozen Exalt rank demon beasts had perished at Yang Yi's hands. It was a slaughter, a true slaughter. You're going too far. The patriarch of the White Tiger clan was furious, and he slapped his palm down in Yang Yi's direction. The pressure exerted by a peak Monarch Realm expert caused Yang Yi to be instantly trapped on the spot and unable to move at all. However, there was no fear in Yang Yi's eyes. Swish! A pitch-black stick appeared out of thin air, and it astounded everyone here. After that, it pierced through the White Tiger clan's patriarch's palm before piercing through his forehead. Just like that, a peak Monarch rank expert had fallen. The countenance of the Dragon Emperor and the others turned ghastly pale, and even the Demon Empress and Elder Kong has astounded expressions on their faces. Demon Saint, have you really abandoned our demon race? The Dragon Emperor suddenly gazed up into the sky and roared. Our demon race has existed on the countenance for thousands of years, yet when has it even suffered such humiliation? Demon Saint, could it be that you really intend to watch as our clansmen are bullies by others? Demon Saints, please save our demon race. The others bowled slightly as they looked up into the air. The patriarch of the Black Tortoise clan said, "We do not seek supremacy over the continent. All we ask is to not be bullied. Demon Saint, please lend us a hand. Demon Saint, please lend us a hand." Besides the Demon Emperor and the Spatial Minx by his side, practically everyone else had bowed for the Demon Saint, and even Elder Kong and the Demon Empress were no exception. Alas! A sigh resounded, and then a white-haired old man appeared here. As soon as he arrived, Elder Mu appeared as well, and both of them stood in confrontation from afar. Could it be that you really intend for your human race and my demon race to fight to the death today? The Demon Saint gazed at Elder Mu as he spoke in a low voice. Elder Mu glanced at the Dragon Emperor and the others, and then he replied, "I've said it before. I won't interfere if all of you don't bully the weak, and I'll destroy all of you if you dare to do that. If the demon race dares to wage war against the Southern Territory and dispatched Monarch rank experts, then I'll slaughter the clans of all those Monarch rank experts. It's only a question of whether I want to, and not whether I dare to. You can give it a try if you don't believe me." The expressions on the faces of the Dragon Emperor and the others had turned quite unsightly. However, they didn't dare talk back. After all, it was a half-saint, and it was even a half-saint who possessed extraordinary strength. So, how could they dare to talk back to him? The Demon Saint clenched his fists while a cold glow flashed through his eyes. However, his clenched fists relaxed when he recalled the scene when the Undertaker had fought all 3 of them that day. He remained silent for a long time before he said, "You should be very well aware that the defiant Profounders are our true enemies. Engaging in internal strife is only to the benefit of others." Elder Mu said, "Actually, you're right. Internal strife will only benefit others. However, I think that it's best for the entire continent to be led by a single person. If the demon race refuses to become allies with the Southern Territory, then it's best for it to be eliminated. I don't want to have to take precautions against a potential counterattack from the demon race. Do you really intend to bring destruction to both our sides? A cold glow surged within the demon saint's eyes. Senior. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stepped forward and bowed slightly to the demon saint. The demon saint glanced at him, and a complicated expression flashed through his eyes. He said, "What is it?" Yang Yi said, "Senior, I know what you're thinking. The reason you're against the Southern Territory is none other than because the Southern Territory is an irreconcilable enemy of the hallowed grounds now. You're worried that the rage of the hallowed grounds would extend to the demon territory. It's not wrong to think about the future of the demon race. However, I'd like to ask if you think the hallowed grounds will definitely be able to destroy my Southern Territory? You don't know how terrifying the hallowed grounds is." The demon saint continued, "Even the sword sect's founding ancestor was extremely fearful of them, and you haven't even attained the strength of the sword sect's founding ancestor." Yang Yi smiled and didn't refute that. He just said, "Senior, let me ask one last question. If the Defiant Profounders emerge from the seal, and then the Hallowed Grounds summons the demon race to the Hallowed Grounds in order to fight the Defiant Profounders, will you answer their summons or not?" The demon saint frowned. How could he not understand what Yang Yi meant? The Defiant Profounders were about to emerge from the seal, and the Hallowed Grounds had sent a messenger to ask all the experts of the demon race to head over and join the fight against the Defiant Profounders. Truthfully speaking, he naturally didn't want the members of the demon race to head over, because it was very likely that they would be treated as cannon fodder. But if they didn't, and if it infuriated the Hallowed Grounds. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, "Senior, you should be clearly aware that regardless of whether it's the human race or demon race, we shouldn't entrust our hope to others. If the Hallowed Grounds is truly virtuous, then why hasn't it bestowed anything upon the continent for the last tens of thousands of years? But they've come as soon as the Defiant Profounders are about to emerge and threaten them. Moreover, even when they ask for help from us, they make it seem like we should feel honored. Senior, do you think that the demon race will have a future if it sides with such a place?" So the demon race would have a future by siding with the Southern Territory? The Dragon Emperor grunted coldly. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the Dragon Emperor and then disregarded him. He gazed at the demon saint and said, "The demon race isn't siding with the Southern Territory, it's an alliance. The human race and demon race will be joining forces. Even though we'll still be weaker than the Hallowed Grounds and Defiant Profounders, we wouldn't be ordered around by someone else at least, right?" The demon saint fell silent for a short while before he glanced at Yang Yi and Elder Mu. He said, "You've convinced me." Actually, he couldn't stand the sight of the Hallowed Grounds as well. But it couldn't be helped because the Hallowed Grounds was too powerful. Of course, had also made such a choice because he didn't have any other options as well. After all, if he didn't agree, then it would represent that this pair who stood before him would start a slaughter. He naturally didn't fear Yang Yi, but he had no choice but to fear Elder Mu. Even if the demon race could win the battle, it would probably be crippled by the Undertaker. The expressions of the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Empress, Elder Kong, and all the others changed drastically when they heard this. The Demon Emperor's decision to become allies with the Southern Territory couldn't truly represent the entire Demon Territory, but if it was the Demon Saint. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Since Senior has agreed to the alliance, then each side has to raise some conditions. I'm young, so we'll go first. I only have one, and it's that the Dragon Emperor and the patriarchs of the other two divine beast clans must be eliminated. Otherwise, everything we just agreed upon will be void, and we'll fight if we have to." The meaning behind Yang Yi's condition was very simple. He didn't trust them, and it wasn't just him. Even the Demon Emperor would definitely not trust them. So, they would definitely be latent problems if they were allowed to continue existing amongst the demon race. Perhaps, they might launch a counterattack at any moment. He didn't want to be stabbed in the back. Yang Yi, the Dragon Emperor, and the others were furious. However, they swallowed what they were about to say when Elder Mu shot a glance at them. They're all at the monarch rank. The demon saint spoke in a low voice. Their strength is amongst the strongest beneath the half-saint realm. Yang Yi shook his head and said, there's no common grounds for understanding between those of differing principles. So, I wouldn't need them even if they are half-saints. The demon emperor gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, you carry the future of the demon race and human race now. Being narrow-minded isn't a good thing. As a leader, you need to possess both magnanimity and benevolence. Yang Yi chuckled and said, benevolence is something that depends on the recipient. My intuition tells me that if I don't eliminate them now, then it'll definitely be fostering snakes which will bite me one day. Is there really no room for discussion? The demon saint spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and his intense sword entered the ancient sheath as he said, none. The space around the demon saint started fluctuating. The dragon emperor and the others heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this. In the next moment, the demon saint acted abruptly. However, he hadn't acted against Yang Yi or Elder Mu, and had attacked Dragon Emperor and the others instead. An enormous claw appeared above the three of them, and then it smashed down towards them. Demon Saint. They were horrified. Never had they imagined that the Demon Saint would suddenly attack them, and they were just about to retaliate, but it was too late. The enormous claw descended, and then they were annihilated on the spot. After that, the enormous claw made a waving movement and 3 pearls of blood flew over to it. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that the Demon Saint would suddenly act against the Dragon Emperor and the others. On the other hand, the countenances of Elder Kong, the Demon Empress, and the others had turned pale. Moreover, they instinctively took a few steps back. Meanwhile, Elder Mu suddenly said, looks like you've come around and made your decision. The Demon Saint chuckled and said, this disciple of yours is right. Regardless of whether it's the human race or demon race, relying on our own selves is the most reliable method. Moreover, I want to see the outside world as well. Yang Yi was stunned again when he heard them. Could they have engaged in negotiations before this? Elder Mu nodded and said, this is a path of blood. Are you sure that you want to take it? The Demon Saint chuckled. Would I fear death? I might need you to bury me not too long from now. So, I have no other choice. Elder Mu replied, indeed. The Demon Saint gazed at Yang Yi before he waved his right hand, and then those 3 pearls of blood flew over to Yang Yi. I would have killed them even if you didn't say anything, because I don't want to be stabbed in the back as well. This is the blood essence of 3-peak monarch rank divine beasts. It should be quite helpful to you. Yang Yi didn't refuse it. He took them and thanked the Demon Saint. The Demon Saint gazed at Elder Kong, the Demon Empress, and the others. This action caused their figures to tremble, and then they looked at the Demon Emperor instead. The Demon Saint didn't look at the Demon Emperor. He looked at Yang Yi instead, and he smiled spuriously as he said, should I kill them? Chapter 656. The violet mink flashed over to Yang Yi before rubbing her head against his chin. Obviously, she was pleading on their behalf. Yang Yi rubbed the little fellow's head and smiled. Of course not. Why? Asked the Demon Saint. Because the little fellow would be sad. Yang Yi said, I don't want to do anything that would make her sad. So long as the little fellow wanted it, then he would do it regardless of whether it was right or wrong. Conversely, if the little fellow didn't want something to be done, then he wouldn't do it even if it would harm his own interests. He could do anything for her, even if it were something that he wasn't willing to do. In any case, the little fellow's position in his heart even surpassed his own. The violet mink raised her head to glance at Yang Yi, and then she wrapped her claws around Yang Yi's neck and squeezed very tightly. The Demon Emperor nodded slightly when he heard Yang Yi. The reason he wasn't against the violet mink being with Yang Yi was mainly because Yang Yi was very loyal. He firmly believed that Yang Yi would never harm her no matter what. The Demon Saint gazed at Yang Yi and nodded. Now I understand why so many people still follow you, even when you always go to such extremes. It's because they firmly believe that you would never abandon them no matter what. That's something that Luo Jun could have never hoped to compare to. Yang Yi rubbed his chin against the violet mink and said, I don't offend those who don't offend me. The Demon Saint smiled, and then he gazed at Elder Mu and said, "Since we're allies now, then there are some things which I want to seek guidance from you about. Let's go somewhere else?" Elder Mu nodded, and then both of them vanished on the spot. Yang Yi gazed at the Demon Emperor and said, "Senior, you can deal with your own clan." The Demon Emperor glanced at the Demon Empress and Elder Kong, and then he waved his right hand. Numerous invisible spatial barriers appeared around the two of them as he said, "Lock them up." The Violet Mink intended to plead on their behalf, but the Demon Emperor shook his head. Because he had to act on this matter, or how would he maintain his majesty as the Demon Emperor? Elder Kong and the Demon Empress were able to survive due to their relationships with the little fellow and the Demon Emperor. However, the Demon Emperor carried out a bloody slaughter on all the others who rebelled with them. Even though it would severely harm the Spatial Mink clan's overall strength, the Demon Emperor could only rest at ease after he eliminated such poison within his clan. Because the Demon Saint had taken sides, the matters related to the demon race could be considered to have come to an end. The Demon Emperor and Demon Saint had decided to form an alliance with the human race, so would anyone dare to object? After he dealt with the matters at the demon territory, Yang Yi utilized the Mortal Emperor Sword to destroy the barrier between the human world and the demon territory. So, there were no further barriers between these two races. With the addition of the demon race in the alliance, annihilating the exalted Han Empire could be said to be extremely easy. In next to no time, the army formed by the alliance between the demon race and Southern Territory had set out for the Central Territory. However, Yang Yi paid no attention to it because he didn't want to manage it, nor was he able to manage such things. In any case, the Southern Territory possessed absolute strength, and it didn't need him to deter the Central Territory's forces. So, he hid in his room and started cultivating upon returning to the Southern Territory. 3 pearls of blood were floating in front of Yang Yi. It was the blood essence of the Dragon Emperor and the others. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to swallow all 3 of them. He would have naturally not dared to do so in the past, but after his physical body had been tempered by the primordial violet energy and blood of the dragon ancestor, it was even more terrifying than the physical body of a monarch realm expert. So, merely 3 pearls of blood essence from monarch rank divine beasts wasn't enough to arouse any fear in him. The blood essence had only just entered his body when Yang Yi felt like flames had surged into him. His entire body was burning. Fortunately, such pain was nothing to him. The pearls of blood essence contained formidable energy, and Yang Yi's task was to refine and absorb it before trying to break through into the monarch realm. Of course, it was clearly impossible for him to break through into the monarch realm with just these 3 pearls of blood. So, Yang Yi prepared a few thousand extreme-grade energy stones in the room. The energy stones were constantly burning up and transforming into energy that surged into him. The monarch realm was like a natural chasm, and only by surmounting it would he be able to gain a foothold in these chaotic times. Moreover, only by surmounting this chasm could he open the tuned level of the primordial pagoda and revive the little girl. The treasures within the tuned level couldn't just revive her. Yang Yi firmly believed that the treasures within it would definitely be extremely helpful to him. So, he had to access the tuned level as soon as possible. Half a month later, the hallowed grounds. At this moment, over 300 white-robed old men stood in the sky around the pagoda that sealed the defiant Profounders. All of them were at the monarch realm, and they were at the 9th rank of the monarch realm. 10 other yellow-robed old men stood before the white-robed old men, and all of them were half-saints. 10 half-saints and over 300 9th rank monarch realm experts. If such a force were to make an appearance on Profounder continent, it would be sufficient to crush the entire continent. But at this moment, all of them had extremely solemn expressions. They circulated the profound energy within them to the point that the space around them rippled, and they simply seemed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. A yellow-robed old man in the lead asked another one of the old men who stood before him, "Senior Brother Xian Kong, the sword precursor's seal has loosened, and some defiant Profounders might be about to emerge. Are the Hallowed Lord and the Supreme Exalts still in closed-door cultivation?" The old man who was called Xian Kong spoke flatly, "It's just a few defiant Profounders. Why would the Hallowed Lord be needed? We 10 protectors of the hallowed grounds are sufficient. The old man who spoke earlier nodded and said, right? So long as it isn't those few at the lowest levels, then we are sufficient to deal with them. However, I'm really very curious about exactly how strong the Hallowed Lord and Supreme Exalts are. We're all at the half-saint realm, yet I feel like I'm at the monarch realm when facing them. Xin Kong glanced at the old man and said, Xin Ming, your natural talent isn't bad. Your future accomplishments may not necessarily be inferior to the Supreme Exalts if you work hard. Xin Ming nodded, and he hesitated before he said, if we seize Shinner's corpse from Yangyi and ask for the Hallowed Lord's help, would it be possible to bring him back to life? He was an heir of the Confucianist Dao, and Xiahou Xian was his personal disciple. Xin Kong fell silent for a short while before he shook his head. His soul was completely obliterated. And I'm afraid Yang didn't even preserve his corpse. Alas, Xin Ming, I know what you're thinking. However, you must remember that our main objective is to deal with the defiant Profounders now. As for Yang Yi and those ants on Profounder Continent, both of us can go annihilate them once we're done here. Those ants actually dared to disobey the orders of my hallowed grounds. They're truly courting death. Xin Ming was first delighted, but he frowned right after and said, if we head to Profounder Continent, then our strengths would naturally be sufficient to avenge Shinner. But senior brother, you should be aware that if we step foot on the continent while at the half-saint realm, then our cultivations would be suppressed to the monarch realm. However, our strengths at the monarch realm would probably be insufficient to be a match for the Undertaker. The Undertaker. Xin Kong's eyes narrowed when he heard that name, and a wisp of a solemn expression flashed through the depths of his eyes. In the beginning, the hallowed grounds hadn't paid any attention to the Undertaker, but they had no choice but to take him seriously when he fought 3 half-saints by himself and remained undefeated. However, even with the hallowed grounds ability, it was actually unable to find out the Undertaker's true identity. Of course, he didn't fear the Undertaker because he firmly believed that if he fought the half-saints of the continent, then even he could fight 3 on his own. Not to mention him, even the weakest amongst the 10 protectors could fight 2 half-saints of the continent on their own. After all, the inheritances of the hallowed grounds were incomparable to the inheritances on the continent. Xin Kong flipped his palm, and then a strange and translucent square stone appeared there. Xin Ming's eyes opened wide when he saw the stone, and he exclaimed, the Stone of Suppression. It's actually the Stone of Suppression. The Hallowed Lord actually gave that to you? It wasn't just Xin Ming who was shocked. The other half-saints by their side revealed shock on their faces as well. The Stone of Suppression was a precious treasure of the hallowed grounds. It was usually something that only the Hallowed Lord and Supreme Exalts were qualified to utilize. So, they hadn't imagined that the Hallowed Lord would have actually given it to Xin Kong. Xin Kong said, the Hallowed Lord merely temporarily lent it to me for 2 reasons. Firstly, it's so that we attain certain success here. Secondly, it's for us to deal with that half-saint of the Southern Territory. The members of our hallowed grounds aren't existences that just anyone can kill. That Undertaker of the Southern Territory will definitely perish with this treasure in our possession. A cold glow flashed through Xin Ming's eyes. Xin Kong said, we can't be careless. The Hallowed Lord gave it to me so that nothing will go wrong. Thus, all 10 of us must leave and head to the Southern Territory once we're done here. Once we've accomplished our mission and returned to the hallowed grounds, the Hallowed Lord has permitted us to cultivate within the hallowed ruins to recuperate. So, we don't have to worry about losing our cultivation. The worry in their eyes had completely vanished when they heard this, and it was replaced by great joy. Right at this moment, the sword precursor that stood at the top of the enormous pagoda suddenly howled. The expressions of Xin Kong and the others changed slightly. Bang! Suddenly, an enormous explosion resounded from the highest level of the pagoda, and then a figure charged out like a shadow from within it. The figure was extremely swift to the point it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. He roared with laughter upon charging out of the pagoda. Ha ha! This young master is finally free. But his laughter stopped in next to no time because 10 half-saints and 309th rank Monarch Realm experts had surrounded him. After he stopped moving, they were finally able to see his appearance clearly. Many of them had never seen a defiant profounder, so they were stunned when they saw the man. Because this so-called defiant profounder was actually no different in appearance to them. He was just a human. The man looked very young. He seemed like he was just over 20, had black hair, slightly yellowish skin, and he was only slightly different from the residents of Profounder Continent. The man's pupils constricted when he saw the array of forces around him, and then he swiftly turned around and roared, "Don't come out. There's an ambush waiting here." However, it was too late because a few dozen shadows had charged out of the pagoda. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Xian Kong's mouth as he ordered, "Kill." All the other experts in the surroundings attacked in unison. Chapter 657. Kill. The black-haired man immediately decided to shoot explosively towards Xian Kong, while he slapped his right palm towards Xian Kong from afar. A white palm instantly tore through space and arrived before Xian Kong, and the pressure it emanated crushed the space around Xian Kong and caused him to be pushed into a spatial rift. However, the chaotic flow of space within the rift wasn't able to harm Xian Kong at all. "Perhaps I might fear you if you had your past strength, but your strength has weakened tremendously from being sealed for 100,000 years. How dare you act arrogantly before me? You're courting death." Xian Kong took a step forward while a formidable aura surged out from within him. After that, he swung his right palm lightly. A snow-white ray of light flashed, and it slashed the white palm into two before smashing against the black-haired man's chest. Bang! The latter's figure instantly transformed into blood that rained down throughout the surroundings. But it wasn't long before the rain of blood actually started to converge once more. After that, the black-haired man appeared once more as it wasn't him who'd been killed just now. However, his aura was clearly much weaker than before. "Get back in there." Xian Kong stretched out his hand and grabbed. An enormous claw flashed forward, grabbed the black-haired man, and tossed him back into the pagoda. Most of the defiant Profounders who'd just emerged were only at the Monarch realm, so all of them were tossed back into the pagoda by the joint forces of 10 half-saints and 300 Monarch realm experts. However, the hallowed grounds suffered heavy losses as well. It lost over 49th rank Monarch realm experts. They're very strong. If it's a one-on-one battle, then the Profounders on our side aren't a match for them while at the same realm of cultivation. Xian Ming spoke with a solemn expression on his face, because a Monarch realm defiant Profounder had actually exchanged quite a few blows with him just now. Xian Kong had quite a solemn expression on his face as well. He wasn't afraid of those defiant Profounders from before. He was afraid of those fellows at the lower levels. Those defiant Profounders were the true terrifying existences amongst them. Most importantly, all of them couldn't be killed, just like what had occurred just now. Had clearly killed the black-haired man, but the man had been able to come back to life in a short moment. Fortunately, there weren't many defiant Profounders. Otherwise, even the joint forces of all the supreme experts throughout the continent from all those years ago wouldn't have been able to defeat the defiant Profounders. Bang! Suddenly, a figure charged out from the lower levels of the pagoda. Xian Kong and the others were stunned, and it wasn't long before they recovered from their shock. Xian Kong hurriedly shouted, "Stop him! Grand Slasher!" The figure suddenly roared furiously, and then 200 white crosses flashed through space, and then over a dozen 9th rank Monarch realm experts of the hallowed grounds were obliterated. Space smash! The members of the hallowed grounds weren't even able to recover from their shock before an expanse of space collapsed, and then more than a dozen 9th rank Monarch realm experts were killed again. "How dare you!" Xian Kong was furious. He pressed his palms together before pushing them towards that figure. A few dozen rays of white light interweaved together like a closely knit net that enveloped down towards the figure. Sky obliteration! As soon as that figure shouted, a blazing ray of green flames flashed, and then the temperature throughout the surroundings suddenly shot up by a few thousand times. The space around the green flames seemed like boiling water while under the effect of the heat the green flames emanated, and it was trembling violently. The green flames and those rays of white light smashed forcefully against each other. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded, and the entire expanse of space here shook. After that, another explosion resounded as the space here instantly collapsed. However, it recovered in just an instant. After all, this area deep beneath the ground was covered by the energy of the laws that the supreme experts from all those years ago had left behind, so even a half-saint couldn't obliterate the space here with ease. Haha, this is what you call the half-saint realm? It isn't just slightly inferior to the half-saints of 100,000 years ago. Dogs of the outer heavens, remember that I, Qin Bufan, will definitely repay you 1,000-fold for these 100,000 years of imprisonment. Just you wait. Ha ha ha. His voice was still resounding through the air, but he was already 500 kilometers away, and over a dozen more ninth-rank Monarch Realm experts had vanished again. It merely took a half-saint an instant to traverse a distance of 500 kilometers. However, Xin Kong and the others were just about to pursue Qin Bufan when they suddenly noticed that his aura had vanished. Bastard! Xin Kong smashed his right palm towards the air in front of him, and the space there instantly collapsed. All of them had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces because they'd been careless just now. They hadn't expected that a defiant profounder would actually charge out from the pagoda at that moment, and they'd never imagined that it would be a defiant profounder from the lower levels. Senior brother, only defiant profounders of the higher levels have emerged from within the pagoda when the sword precursor's seal loosened in the past. Why has a defiant profounder emerged from the lower levels this time? Xianming spoke in a heavy voice. They'd focused all their attention on the defiant profounders from the top levels earlier, and they'd never paid any attention to the defiant profounders at the lower levels. So, that fellow called Qin Bufan had been able to take them by surprise just now. Xin Kong shook his head and said, I don't know the answer to that question as well. However, based on how he fought just now, he seemed to have been able to leave for a very long time. The reason he hadn't was probably because he was waiting for an opportunity, and those defiant profounders who charged out from the top levels just now had undoubtedly created that opportunity for him. Senior brother, can you determine his location? Asked Xianming. Xin Kong's eyes closed slightly, and he remained silent for a short while before he said, He has left the hallowed grounds and gone to profounder continent. How do you know, senior brother? Xianming was surprised. Xin Kong answered, Even though he's strong, he's absolutely unable to cause any trouble in our hallowed grounds on his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled just now. His enemies are everywhere in the hallowed grounds, and only death would be waiting for him if he's discovered. He'll only have a chance at survival by fleeing to profounder continent. Xianming frowned, but it wasn't long before his frown eased up, and he said, With the resentment he holds for our world, he'll definitely wash the entire continent with blood. That may not be a bad thing for us. Xin Kong shook his head and said, We'll be in deep trouble if that happens. Once he recovers his strength and advances into the half-saint realm, then it'll be extremely difficult for us to kill him. Moreover, we won't be able to avoid blame once the hallowed lord and supreme exalts emerge from their closed-door cultivation. Then what should we do? Asked Xianming. A ray of cold and gloomy light flashed through Xin Kong's eyes as he said, Leave the hallowed grounds and deal with both Qin Bufan and the Southern Territory in one go. 2 days later. The Southern Territory. Ancient Domain City. Dawn. Suddenly, the spirit energy in an area of 500 kilometers around Ancient Domain City suddenly surged madly towards the city. At the bottom of Death Abyss, Elder Mew's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide, and he said, He's finally about to step foot into the Monarch Realm. Suddenly, Elder Mew's pupils constricted, and he turned around and gazed at the horizon. What's coming will always come. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mew vanished on the spot. Chapter 658. In the air above Ancient Domain City were 10 yellow-robed old men, and 30 white-robed old men stood behind them. It was none other than Xin Kong, Xianming, and the others. But at this moment, Xin Kong's group of 10 were merely at the 9th rank of the Monarch Realm. If half-saints of the hallowed grounds left for the profounder continent, then their cultivations would be suppressed by a realm. So, the half-saints of the hallowed grounds rarely came to the continent unless there were some especially important affairs to attend to, because once their realms of cultivation were suppressed, the slightest mistake may cause them to be eternally incapable of advancing back into the half-saint realm. But they had no choice this time, regardless of whether it was the defiant profounder, Qin Bufan, or the Southern Territory. The hallowed grounds refused to give them a chance to strengthen themselves. This is the profounder continent? Xian Kong swept the surroundings with his gaze, and everything within an area of a few tens of thousands of kilometers were reflected within his eyes. He said, I never expected that it would have declined to such a state. Not to mention fighting the defiant profounders. Just one or two defiant profounders at the level of Qin Bufan would probably be able to destroy this continent. It really is too weak, Xianming said, but it really makes me curious. After all, a continent with such scarce spirit energy was actually able to give birth to that many geniuses. The martial god from all those years ago, that madman who was mad for battle and constantly said, when have I feared the world? The two supreme exalts, the unfettered one, and this fellow we're facing now, the Undertaker. Every single one of them are peerless geniuses. I have nothing to say about the unfettered one, the martial god from all those years ago, and that madman. However, is that fellow, the Undertaker, even qualified to be compared with the supreme exalts? Xian Kong said coldly, he isn't strong. It's the half-saints of this world who are weak. Xianming nodded lightly and didn't refute it. He gazed at the city and said, Yang Yi is about to break through into the monarch realm. He won't have the chance. Xian Kong raised his right hand slowly before swiftly pressing it down towards the city below. An enormous palm tore through space and smashed down forcefully towards ancient domain city. Meanwhile, an enormous palm suddenly shot up into the sky from within the city, and it smashed against Xian Kong's attack. Bang! Xian Kong's attack was blasted apart. He's finally showing himself, said Xian Kong in a cold voice. In next to no time, Elder Mu, the demon saint, and the demon emperor appeared in the sky above ancient domain city. All of them are at the monarch realm? The demon saint and demon emperor were slightly stunned when they saw Xian Kong's group. They'd thought that it would be half-saints, but they'd never imagined that it was merely monarch realm experts who stood before them. Could it be that they came to give their lives away? Elder Mu glanced at Xian Kong and the others before he said, they're half-saints. Your discerning ability isn't bad. Xian Kong sized up Elder Mu, and he was slightly surprised, because even his strength was actually insufficient to see through the Undertaker who stood before him. Most importantly, he sensed a trace of danger from the Undertaker. Elder Mu nodded and said, since all of you didn't hesitate to suffer a drop in your cultivations in order to come here, I presume you have some sort of trump card. Go ahead and activate it. As for threats and ridicule, let's not engage in that and waste our time. You're too arrogant. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded, and then a black-robed old man appeared here, the half-saint of the devil race. At the same time, the Oceanic Emperor arrived here as well. Both of them stood on the hallowed ground side, so their decision was obvious. The demon saint's face sank. Elder Mu and him, and discussed an alliance with the half-saints of the devil race and Oceanic clans. At that time, both of them had said that they would consider it. But the demon saint had never expected that they would immediately side with the hallowed grounds once it sent experts to the continent. I would have joined forces with Elder Mu and annihilated them if I knew that this would happen. Xian Kong was slightly stunned when he saw them, and then he smiled. My hallowed grounds will remember this. He wasn't a fool, and he knew that the help of two more half-saints in the continent was extremely beneficial to him. Even though the experts of the hallowed grounds were only at the 9th rank of the monarch realm, the Oceanic Emperor and Devil Saint didn't dare to put on airs of superiority. The Oceanic Emperor nodded lightly and said, our enemy is the defiant profounders. Regardless of whether it's the human race, the demon race, the devil race, or my oceanic clans, we are duty-bound to fight the defiant profounders. But some don't share that opinion. Xian Kong glanced at Elder Mu and the demon saint, and then his gaze remained on the demon saint as he said, You're that half-saint from the demon race, right? The heavens are benevolent, and so is my hallowed grounds. I'll give you a chance to rectify your mistakes by joining us, and my hallowed grounds will let bygones be bygones for everything else that has occurred in the past. Otherwise, the myriad of beings from your demon race will be transformed into ashes once we're done here. Meanwhile, the devil saint said, Demon saint, the human race killed the mortal emperor and are going against the hallowed grounds. That's treacherous and heinous crime. Don't be foolish or it'll be too late when you lose everything you've accomplished throughout your life. This is your last chance. The oceanic emperor gazed at the demon saint as he spoke flatly. The demon saint shook his head and said, The hallowed grounds isn't the same hallowed grounds from all those years ago. The current hallowed grounds has forgotten why those experts of the older generation created the hallowed grounds. Those experts sacrificed countless dragon veins of the continent to create the hallowed grounds so that it would guard the defiant profounders and protect the continent. It's an honor and a responsibility. When he spoke up to this point, a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth as he said, But the current hallowed grounds has lost that honor and responsibility. They've forgotten the intentions of the experts from all those years ago. They only have their sense of superiority now. Could it be that my hallowed grounds hasn't fulfilled its responsibility by fighting the defiant profounders? Xian Kong spoke coldly. The demon saint said, The reason all of you fight the defiant profounders is because the defiant profounders have threatened all of you. You aren't doing it for the sake of our continent. You're doing it for yourselves. Moreover, the hallowed grounds has never actually given any consideration to our continent, or it should be said that the hallowed grounds abandoned us a long time ago. Xian Kong intended to say something, but Elder Mu waved his hand and said, I think that there's no need to waste our breaths. As soon as he finished speaking, his walking stick shot forward like a bolt of lightning and emanated a wave of air through the surroundings as it instantly arrived before Xian Kong. Are you trying to bully him? The devil saint grunted coldly as his figure flashed over and appeared before Xian Kong, and then he slapped his right hand against the walking stick, causing it to be blasted back to Elder Mu. At the same time, the devil saint was blasted over 30 m back. The devil saint slowly clenched his right palm, while an extremely solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Undertaker, you've always been burying others in the past, but who will bury you once you die later? As for Yang Yi, you can forget about him because he'll be dying later as well. Xian Kong withdrew a translucent stone. The demon saint's expression changed drastically when the stone appeared here, and even Elder Mu's eyes narrowed slightly while shock and solemnness filled them. It wasn't just the two of them. Even the devil saint and the oceanic emperor has similar reactions, because their cultivations had actually instantly fallen to the 9th rank of the monarch realm. This is called the Stone of Suppression. It's a precious treasure of my hallowed grounds, and it's capable of suppressing a profounder's realm of cultivation. Even half-saints can't avoid its suppression. Undertaker, no matter what your background and strength are, today will be the day of your death, said Xian Kong. The reason he dared to come here was the Stone of Suppression, because he wouldn't have to fear half-saints even if his cultivation was suppressed to the 9th rank of the monarch realm. Our cultivation will naturally recover if we leave the vicinity of this stone, said the demon saint in a low voice. Xian Kong laughed coldly and said, Indeed, but would you dare to flee? You wouldn't, because we'll slaughter all the profounders of the human race and demon race if you do. This is the so-called hallowed grounds. The demon emperor laughed with ridicule and said, This is what the hallowed grounds calls benevolence. How laughable. I even almost went over to the hallowed grounds to assist all of you. Actually, helping the defiant profounders is better than helping all of you. Xian Kong proclaimed, The demon race will cease to exist from today onward. Meanwhile, Elder Mu flipped his right palm, and a black tombstone appeared in front of him. He said, I finally understand why the Sword Sect's founding ancestor attacked the hallowed grounds. Even though I'm inferior to him, he'll definitely make a trip there if I have the chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mu slapped his palm against the tombstone, and it shook violently before the scene here suddenly changed. Numerous 300 m tall tombstones floated up into the air all around them. These tombstones emanated a strange force that made Xian Kong and the others felt like something within them was leaking out. My vitality is leaving me. It's leaving me. The devil saint suddenly roared, and his voice was filled with shock and terror. As a half-saint, his lifespan was much longer than others, but it still had a limit. Moreover, Head lived for a very long time. Presently, he cared about his lifespan the most, yet now, it was actually being reduced by the tombstone. So, how could he not feel terrified? Shin Kong's expression changed slightly because Head noticed it as well. His vitality was ceaselessly leaking out from him, and he was practically losing a day of life with every breath of time that passed. Even he was shocked by this speed. Kill him. Shin Kong stopped hesitating and wasting his breath. The important matter at hand was to eliminate the Undertaker as soon as possible. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to endure staying here for too long. Be careful. Elder Mu warned the Demon Saint and Demon Emperor before he charged towards Shin Kong. In an instant, the battle erupted. When looked at from the outside world, it was utterly impossible to discern the situation of the battle within the area above ancient domain city that was covered by tombstones. However, everyone was able to sense the situation within it, because explosions that shook the world resounded frequently from within there. The founding emperor, the beast emperor, and the others had extremely heavy expressions on their faces as they looked up from the city. A battle at such a level wasn't something they could interfere in. Suddenly, Xiao Tianji, who was silent until now, suddenly shouted, "Watch out! It's a surprise attack." Head just finished speaking when over 30 profounders had suddenly appeared around ancient domain city. All of them were Monarch Realm experts. There were experts from the Oceanic clans, Devil Race, Exalted Han Empire, and even Yuan Tian and the others from the Origin School. Yang Yi, you can dream of attaining the Monarch Realm today. Yuan Tian roared furiously, and his figure flashed towards Yang Ye's room. The expressions of the founding emperor and the others changed drastically, and they hastily shouted, "Stop him!" However, no one stopped him because the Monarch Realm experts of the Southern Territory were locked in battle. Chapter 659. At this moment, Yuan Tian had a savage expression on his face, and he pushed his speed to its limits. The Origin School's thousands of years of history had been destroyed by Yang Yi, and had even been fleeing throughout the world like a homeless dog. He even hadn't hesitated to take the Monarch Realm experts of the Origin School along with him and seek refuge with the Devil Race. Head thought that he would be able to rely on the Devil Race's forces to obtain his revenge, but he hadn't imagined that Yang Ye's strength and forces grew stronger and stronger to the point that he didn't have a chance at revenge at all. Fortunately, the heavens always reward those who wait, and the Hallowed Grounds had finally sent half-Saint Realm experts today. It only took an instant for Yuan Tian to arrive in the air above Yang Ye's room. He was just about to attack when a ray of golden light suddenly shot towards him, and it caused his expression to change slightly. He clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as the golden light dispersed to reveal a golden spear. The spear was blasted flying by Yuan Tian's formidable strength, but Yuan Tian's expression changed again because his fist had actually split apart. Yuan Tian looked along the trajectory of the spear and saw a white-robed woman standing there. The martial god. He naturally recognized in Nanjing because she was a peerless genius who could rival Yang Yi. At this moment, Nanjing's right arm was fully regrown. Once a profounder attained the Exalt realm, then so long as that profounder possessed certain secret techniques and wasn't heavily injured at important points on the body, then any other portion of the body could be recovered, unless the injury was caused by a special energy or force. Actually, others weren't aware that it wasn't just Yang Yi who was breaking through into the Monarch realm. She was finishing her last spurt as well. She had been able to charge into the Monarch realm 3 days ago because she had perfectly merged all 6 of the intents she possessed. Moreover, it might be as difficult as ascending the heavens when others attempted to advance into the Monarch realm, but it wasn't very difficult to when Nanjing had absorbed the inheritances and experience of over 20 martial gods. However, she hadn't attempted to advance because she was waiting for Yang Yi to advance with her. As for why she intended to wait for him, Shed never thought about it. In any case, she intended to wait. Yang Yi didn't make her wait very long. Unfortunately, the hallowed grounds and all these other enemies had arrived. She had no choice, and she didn't hesitate to decisively abandon her attempt at breaking through into the monarch realm. Of course, one couldn't just abandon one's attempt to advance while breaking through into the monarch realm. The consequences of forcefully stopping her advance was that she couldn't make another attempt for at least 3 years. But she didn't regret her decision, just like how she hadn't regretted abandoning her closed-door cultivation to help Yang Yi and fight unseeing from the hallowed grounds. There was one thing about her that was very similar to Yang Yi, and it was that she would definitely do what she felt she could accomplish. Right or wrong didn't matter. What mattered was that she didn't regret her decision. "You're courting death." Yuan Tian roared furiously as his figure flashed over and instantly arrived before Nanjing. His fist tore through space and whistled sharply through the air as it smashed down at Nanjing. A ferocious gaze flashed through her eyes as the golden spear she held stabbed swiftly towards Yuan Tian's fist. Bang! And Nanjing took a few dozen steps behind while Yuan Tian was blasted over 10 steps back. Moreover, his fist was covered in cracks, and even the bones within it were clearly visible. Yuan Tian's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected that an Exalt Realm expert could actually injure him. It seems like those rumors about geniuses who are capable of surmounting a realm of cultivation and killing Monarch Realm experts, while at the Exalt Realm aren't actually rumors. There really are such peerless geniuses in the world. Nanjing's countenance was very pale, and a trace of blood had seeped out from the corner of her mouth. If she fought Yuan Tian while she was in a normal state, then she would naturally possess absolute confidence in her ability to kill him. However, Shed forcefully abandoned her attempt to advance into the Monarch Realm just now. It hadn't just created latent troubles within her body, it even caused her to suffer from backlash, which caused her internal organs to be severely injured. Now, Shed even forcefully resisted 2 attacks from Yuan Tian. In other words, she was suffering even more injuries upon the injuries she already had. "Little girl, leave now." And Nanjing's ancestor suddenly shouted at her from afar, but it wasn't long before a few Monarch Realm experts of the Devil race surrounded him, and Nanjing wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth, and then she slowly raised the spear in her right hand and pointed it at Yuan Tian. "You can't pass. If you intend to court death, then ill fulfill your wish." Yuan Tian stretched his right hand forward, and then space warped while countless strands of energy converged towards his right hand from all directions. Suddenly, Yuan Tian slapped his palm down at Nanjing. Heaven smash! As soon as he spoke, an enormous palm formed from energy carried terrifying might as it smashed down towards Nanjing. It was an attack that carried the full strength of a Monarch Realm expert, and it was even a heaven rank technique, so how terrifying would it be? If it was at any other ordinary time, Nanjing would naturally not fear it. But right now, Nanjing took a deep breath while the profound energy within her surged violently, and then her countenance turned even paler. At the same time, blood started to flow out of all 7 apertures on her face. Nanjing's ancestor, who saw her forcefully circulate her profound energy from afar, was instantly horrified, and he hurriedly roared like a madman, "Stop being foolish. Leave right now. I'm begging you." Unfortunately, Nanjing had already transformed into a ray of golden light that smashed against Yuan Tian's attack. Nanjing's ancestor's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and it simply horrified him to the point he actually forgot that there were enemies around him. One of the Monarch Realm experts of the Devil race struck his chest and blasted him flying. Bang! The tip of Sky Split struck Yuan Tian's attack, and then both Sky Split and that palm, which was condensed from energy, started to tremble violently. Pooh! Blood sprayed from Nanjing's mouth. Bang! The energy palm exploded apart while Nanjing was blasted flying. Right at this moment, Yuan Tian suddenly appeared in front of Nanjing, and then he kicked her stomach. Bang! Nanjing was kicked over 3 kilometers away before finally crashing heavily against the ground. The ground shook violently while countless cracks that were as thick as an arm started spreading towards the surroundings with her at their center. And Nanjing wasn't dead, but the bones and meridians within her were broken into pieces. At this moment, she couldn't even hold Skysplit properly. You overestimate your ability. Yuan Tian glanced coldly at Nanjing before his figure flashed and charged at her. Her natural talent and potential were extremely terrifying. So, even though she was no different from a cripple right now, he could only rest at ease if she was dead. The only part of her entire body that could move was her eyes. She wanted to look towards Yang Ye's room, but her head couldn't move no matter what. She had no choice but to give up. She slowly closed her eyes while a scene appeared in her eyes. It was the scene of Yang Yi protecting her outside ancient domain city while a myriad of arrows rained down upon them. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.